Chapter 1, Static on Sublevel 3. The diagnostic console hummed, a low, resonant frequency Elias Vance could almost taste on his tongue, metallic and sterile like the rest of the Chimera Wellness Clinic. His fingers danced across the holographic interface, tracing lines of shimmering code representing the biointegration status of patient 7B's new optical implant. Standard procedure. Another wealthy client chasing perfection, trading aging flesh for chrome and synthesized tissue. Elias squinted, adjusting the magnification on a fluctuating data stream. A minor calibration drift. Easy fix. He segmented the faulty code, rerouted the power flow through a secondary capacitor, and watched the numbers stabilize. Green across the board. Implant sync confirmed, Mr. Abernathy. Elias spoke into the small comm unit clipped to his collar. His voice was flat, professional, devoid of inflection. Years working within these gleaming white walls, surrounded by bleeding-edge technology and the quiet desperation of the ultra-rich, tended to sand down one's personality. Visual acuity should return to baseline parameters within the hour. Any reported anomalies, contact ops. A grunt came through the receiver. Fine, just ensure it works this time, technician. This view cost more than your annual salary. The connection clicked off. Elias sighed, leaning away from the console. He ran a hand through his short, nondescript brown hair. The view from Abernathy's penthouse suite probably did cost more than his salary. Floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the pristine, isolated mountain range that cradled the clinic, miles from any prying eyes or civilization. A fortress of vanity disguised as a wellness retreat. He pushed the thought away. Speculation was unproductive, dangerous even. Here, one performed their function, collected their pay, and ignored the whispers, the odd security protocols. The sections of the clinic marked with designations far beyond patient care. He powered down the remote diagnostic interface. His shift was nearly over. Another 12 hours spent ensuring the seamless integration of man and machine for people who could afford to transcend biology's limitations. He gathered his portable data pad, the smooth, cool surface familiar in his grip. Time to clock out, retreat to his assigned quarters in the staff block, maybe attempt to stomach another nutrient-paced meal that promised complete dietary balance but tasted like recycled cardboard. The usual routine. Except routine had fractured 3 days prior. It started subtly. A corrupted data fragment recovered during a system purge on sublevel 3, a sector designated Advanced Research Restricted. Elias' clearance was level 2 diagnostics. He shouldn't have even had access to residual files from SR3. He almost deleted the garbled code string, dismissing it as junk data. Curiosity, a trait long suppressed, prompted him to run a decryption sequence using an old backdoor cipher he discovered during his orientation, something the clinic's top-tier security apparently overlooked. The fragment resolved into less than 3 seconds of audiovisual data, grainy, flickering footage, a shape strapped to a metallic table convulsing, not human, not entirely. Gleaming chrome bonded directly to raw bone, wires snaking into exposed muscle tissue, twitching rhythmically. A guttural sound, something between a shriek and a mechanical grinding, cut through the static before the file terminated. Below it, a single line of metadata. Project Chimera, Phase Gamma, Integration Test 7.3, Subject Designation. Warden Unit Prototype. Warden, like Warden Cain, the clinic's imposing head of security. The man moved with unnatural precision, his eyes holding a disturbing lack of warmth, almost like polished obsidian optics. Elias had dismissed his unease as professional intimidation. Now that grainy image burned behind his eyelids. Was Cain a product, an earlier model? Since finding the fragment, Elias couldn't shake the ice crawling up his spine. He started noticing things. The increased security patrols near the SR3 elevator shafts. The hushed, tense conversations between senior medical staff that ceased abruptly when he approached. The power fluctuations he detected late at night, surges rooted towards deep sublevels, far exceeding the energy needs of standard patient augmentation or research. He knew with a certainty that settled cold and heavy in his gut that the Chimera Wellness Clinic wasn't just about vanity upgrades. It was about something else, something violating, something weaponized. The term biomechanical soldiers echoed from a half-remembered conspiracy theory forum he'd browsed years ago. It seemed ludicrous then. It seemed terrifyingly plausible now. Today he found the second piece. During a routine network diagnostic, he detected an anomalous energy signature piggybacking on the primary geothermal power conduit. It was faint, heavily shielded, routed towards SR3's deepest section, SR3X using his access codes. He cross-referenced the signature against the clinic's equipment manifest. Nothing matched. It wasn't life support, fabrication systems, or data storage. It was raw power being pumped into what? He rerouted a low-level diagnostic pulse disguised as line maintenance. The system pinged back a single encrypted identifier. Incubation array status. Active. Incubation. The word conjured images of pods, tanks, growing things, soldiers, vessels. He didn't want to know, but the knowledge was a physical weight. He couldn't stay. He couldn't be complicit even through ignorance or inaction. The grainy image of the convulsing figure on the table, the Warden unit prototype, made inaction impossible. He had to leave. He had to expose this place. The corridor stretched before him, a pristine white tube illuminated by soft, indirect lighting panels. Every surface gleamed, reflecting his own muted image. Security cameras, small black domes, dotted the ceiling junctions at regular intervals. He walked at a steady pace, adhering to the prescribed path towards the staff elevators. No sudden movements, no deviations. Act normal. His heart hammered against his ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the clinic's oppressive quiet. He clutched the datapad tighter. On it, nested deep within layers of mundane diagnostic software, were copies of the corrupted fragment, the energy signature logs, his analysis of the power drain and the SR3X identifier, his escape key, his proof. If he could reach the main communication hub on the administrative level, bypass the internal network restrictions, maybe, just maybe, he could beam the data out. Send it to a journalist contact he vaguely remembered from college, someone reputable, someone outside the clinic's sphere of influence. The elevator arrived with a soft chime, doors sliding open silently. He stepped inside, pressing the button for Level 1 administration. The doors closed, sealing him in the small, mirrored space. He watched his own reflection, nodding the slight tremor in his hands, the tightness around his mouth. He forced himself to breathe evenly. Panicking now would guarantee failure. The elevator ascended smoothly. Ground level, Level 1. Another chime, softer this time. The doors opened onto a different aesthetic. Plush carpets replaced sterile tile, wood veneer panels offset the white walls, abstract corporate art hung in recessed alcoves. Fewer cameras here, but likely more sophisticated monitoring. Human receptionists sat behind polished desks, their smiles professional, unnervingly perfect. Enhanced, no doubt. Minor cognitive boosts, maybe subtle ocular upgrades for identification. Elias kept his head down, walking purposefully towards the corridor marked Network Operations. His clearance allowed access. Diagnostics often required interfacing directly with the central servers. He swiped his ID card. The light above the heavy door blinked green. Access granted. He pushed it open and stepped inside, the door hissing shut behind him. The server room was colder, the air filled with the constant, high-pitched whine of cooling fans. Racks upon racks of processors blinked with myriad status lights, forming canyons of technology. Only one other technician was present, hunched over a console at the far end of the room, seemingly engrossed in his work. Good. Less attention. Elias navigated the rows to a secondary terminal, one often used for external network diagnostics. He inserted his datapad into the interface slot. The screen flickered, recognizing the device. He initiated the transfer sequence, typing commands rapidly, his fingers flying across the holographic keyboard. Layers of security protocols needed bypassing. Firewalls, encryption wrappers, signal masks. He knew the backdoors, the system weaknesses he'd documented for internal reporting, but kept copies of for a contingency he never thought he'd need. Code scrolled rapidly down the screen, accessing external relay, bypassing geolock, encrypting packet burst, target address locked. His contacts encrypted drop point, almost there. His pulse quickened. Sweat beaded on his forehead despite the room's chill. Working late, Vance. Elias froze. He turned slowly. The other technician, a man named Rorik with perpetually tired eyes, stood a few feet away, holding a steaming mug. Rorik wasn't smiling. His gaze flickered from Elias' face to the console screen displaying the rapid data transfer. Just running a final diagnostic sweep on the external relays, Elias managed, keeping his voice level. Detected some latency during the Abernathy remote session. Rorik took a slow sip from his mug. Latency? Funny. Network's been running clean all shift. Director Bellwether insists on optimal performance. You wouldn't want to flag a false positive, would you? Creates paperwork. He took another step closer. Elias could see the faint tracery of cybernetics around Rorik's temples, usually hidden by his hair. Cognitive enhancers, loyalty implants. Just being thorough, Elias said, turning his attention back to the screen. Transfer progress, 85%. So close. He tried to appear casual, dismissive. Thoroughness is appreciated. Rorik's voice was low, almost conversational. but unauthorized data transfers using bypass protocols. That's not thoroughness, Vance, that's theft. Or worse. Elias' blood ran cold. How did he know? Was Rorik alerted by the system? Or was he part of the clinic's internal security network, posing as a simple technician? 92%. I don't know what you're talking about, Elias said, his hand hovering over the datapad eject button. Rorik set his mug down on a nearby server rack with a soft click. Don't you? Accessing SR3 residual files, probing SR3X power signatures, attempting external communication via restricted channels. He shook his head slowly. Sloppy, Vance. For someone who understands the systems, very sloppy. 98%. Elias didn't waste time replying. He slammed his hand onto the eject button. The datapad popped out. Simultaneously, he kicked back his chair, shoving it into Rorik's legs. Rorik stumbled, surprised by the sudden aggression. Elias scrambled away from the console, datapad clutched tight. Security, Rorik bellowed, recovering his balance. His voice, augmented, echoed unnaturally loud in the server room. Intruder alert. Network operations. Technician Vance attempting unauthorized data exfiltration. Red lights flashed along the ceiling strips, bathing the room in urgent crimson pulses. A synthesized alarm klaxon began to blare, sharp and piercing. Transfer complete. The confirmation message flashed briefly on the console screen before being overridden by security lockdowns. The data was out, or at least the transmission started. He hoped it was enough. The main door hissed open. Two Praetorian guards clad in gray tactical gear, visors down, stormed in, sonic stunners raised. Elias reacted on pure instinct. He ducked behind a server rack as a high-frequency sonic blast impacted where he'd been standing, making the air shimmer. His ears rang. He scrambled deeper into the maze of humming machinery, the klaxon a maddening counterpoint to his own ragged breathing. He needed to get out of network ops. He needed to get out of the administration level. He needed to get down into the guts of the clinic, the maintenance tunnels, the places he knew, the places security might be slower to lock down. He spotted a maintenance access panel low on the wall behind a redundant cooling unit. Standard hex bolt release. His technician's multi-tool was clipped to his belt. He crawled towards it, staying low, the whirring fans masking the sound of his movements. The guards were sweeping the aisles methodically, their boots heavy on the raised flooring. Rorik was directing them, pointing towards Elias' last visible position. Fumbling slightly, Elias engaged the tool, the magnetic head seating onto the first bolt. A quick twist. One down, three more. The guards were getting closer. He could hear their comms chatter, clipped and professional. Target moving towards Sector Gamma 9 cooling array. Maintain visual cordon. Non-lethal takedown authorized. Another bolt released, two left. His hands were slick with sweat. The tool almost slipped. Hold position. A new voice cut through the comms, sharp and cold, instantly recognizable. Warden Cain. Seal network operations. All internal elevators to Level 1 lockdown. Route auxiliary security units to sectors G8, G9, G10. Technician Vance is not to leave this level, alive preferably, intact optionally. Optional intactness. The casual cruelty sent a fresh wave of ice through Elias' veins. Third bolt free, one more. He could hear the guard's footsteps nearing his aisle. He risked a glance around the server rack. A guard was approaching, weapon raised, scanning methodically. Elias worked the last bolt frantically. It gave way. He pulled the panel free, revealing a dark, dusty opening barely large enough to crawl through. A vertical shaft lined with pipes and conduits. A maintenance ladder descended into darkness. He shoved the data pad into his jumpsuit pocket, zipped it tight, and squeezed himself through the opening just as the guard rounded the corner of the server rack. Target located. Sector G9 maintenance access. Elias didn't wait. He slammed the panel partially back into place, hopping to buy a few seconds, and started descending the cold metal rungs of the ladder as fast as he dared, plunging into the unknown darkness below. The klaxon seemed slightly muffled now, replaced by the echo of his own frantic movements in the enclosed space and the heavy thud of boots approaching the access panel far above. His escape had begun. His life depended on the secrets the clinic's walls held, secrets he now had to navigate not as a technician, but as prey. Chapter 2: Labyrinth of Pipes and Whispers. The darkness swallowed Elias whole. Cold metal rungs bit into his palms as he descended, the rhythmic clang of his boots echoing in the narrow shaft. Above, the muffled thuds and shouts faded slightly, distorted by distance and the intervening metal panel he'd hastily jammed back into place. He didn't know how long it would hold, maybe seconds, maybe minutes. It didn't matter. He had to keep moving. Down. Away from level 1, away from Warden Cain's tightening grip. His breath hitched in his throat, hot and ragged. Dust motes, thick and ancient, danced in the beam of the small utility light clipped to his belt, stirred by his passage. The air tasted stale, heavy with the scent of ozone, old oil, and something else. A faint, underlying metallic tang mixed with a cloying sweetness he couldn't place. It reminded him vaguely of the antiseptic wash used in the bioaugmentation labs, but corrupted somehow, fermented. He risked a glance downwards. The ladder continued into blackness. No bottom in sight. According to the basic structural schematics he'd memorized during orientation, a requirement for all Level 2 technicians dealing with potential system access across multiple floors. This shaft was an old primary service conduit, running vertically through the clinic's core, connecting the upper levels to the deeper sub-basements where the main power regulators and atmospheric processors were housed. Less sophisticated sensor coverage here supposedly, more blind spots, but also less maintained, more unpredictable. He stopped climbing, clinging to the ladder, listening intently. The immediate sounds of pursuit from network operations had ceased, replaced now by a deeper, more pervasive hum, the thrumming lifeblood of the clinic itself, amplified and distorted within the confines of the shaft. He could hear the rush of fluid through large-diameter pipes bolted alongside the ladder, the rhythmic clank hiss of pneumatic actuators somewhere nearby, the low whine of distant ventilation fans. And beneath it all, faint but persistent, the scratchy static of comms chatter. It wasn't clear, just bursts of noise filtering through unseen grates or resonating through the metal structure itself. They were searching, coordinating. Cain wouldn't give up easily. The escape of a low-level technician with potentially damaging information was more than an embarrassment. It was a threat to the entire clandestine operation Bellwether presided over. Elias forced himself to move again, his muscles protesting the strain. He needed to find a horizontal access point, a service tunnel leading away from this main shaft. Staying here made him a target trapped in a vertical shooting gallery if they figured out which conduit he'd entered. He scanned the shaft walls as he descended. The beam of his light cutting arcs through the oppressive darkness. Pipes, conduits, bundled fiber-optic cables snaked everywhere like metallic vines. Junction boxes studded the walls at intervals, some blinking with faint status lights, others dark and inert. After descending perhaps 30 meters, his light caught a recessed wheel valve bolted to the shaft wall, painted a faded safety yellow. Beside it, almost hidden behind a thick bundle of coolant pipes, was the outline of a sealed hatch. Standard sub-level maintenance access, Type C designed for pressure containment. Heavy. Probably requires a specific hexagonal key or a bypass code entered into the small, grime-covered keypad next to it. He climbed down until he was level with the hatch. It looked old, possibly dating back to the clinic's initial construction phase before Bellwether's more exotic projects necessitated constant refits and upgrades in the main areas, less likely to be integrated into the central security network. Worth a try. He braced himself on the ladder, pulling his multi-tool from his belt. Its small integrated screen flickered to life, displaying diagnostic icons. He selected the interface probe attachment, extending the fine metallic needle. Carefully, he inserted the probe into the keypad's data port, bypassing the physical key mechanism. The screen on his tool displayed scrolling lines of code as it attempted to handshake with the hatch's rudimentary lock controller. Access DENIED. Auth code required. Standard lockout. Elias initiated a brute force algorithm, a simple sequence cycler he'd programmed himself for sticky equipment locks. It wasn't sophisticated, but against older systems. Attempt 1 failed. Attempt 2 failed. The process was slow. Each failed attempt incurred a mandatory 5-second delay. He cast anxious glances up the shaft. No lights yet, no sounds of direct pursuit down the ladder, but the ambient calm static seemed louder, closer. Were they sweeping the maintenance levels now, sending units down parallel shafts? Attempt 17 failed. Attempt 18 success. Auth code 734 Delta. A heavy clunk echoed from within the hatch mechanism. The wheel valve beside it gave a slight shudder. Elias retracted the probe, his heart giving a relieved thump. He gripped the thick metal wheel, planting his feet firmly on the ladder rungs. It resisted at first, seized by disuse and grime. He put his shoulder into it, grunting with effort. Slowly, painfully, it began to turn, screeching in protest. Rust flakes showered down onto his arms. He kept turning, rotation by rotation. The screeching metal a terrifyingly loud announcement of his presence in the otherwise humming silence. Finally, the wheel spun freely. With another metallic groan, the hatch popped inward slightly, releasing a puff of stale, pressurized air that carried the same strange, sweet-rotten scent, stronger now. He pulled the heavy circular door open, revealing a dark, narrow tunnel branching off horizontally. Freedom from the vertical shaft, at least. He swung himself off the ladder and into the tunnel opening, landing with a soft thud on the grated metal floor. He quickly pulled the heavy hatch closed behind him, spinning the wheel frantically from the inside to reseal it. The mechanism engaged with a final, satisfying thump. He leaned against the cool metal, catching his breath, the adrenaline leaving a jittery residue in his limbs. Silence. Blessed, relative silence. The main shaft's humming was muffled now, replaced by the closer, damper sounds of the horizontal tunnel. Water dripped rhythmically somewhere ahead. The air was cooler here, humid. His utility light cut a swathe through the darkness, revealing a low-ceilinged passage, barely wide enough for two people to pass shoulder to shoulder. Pipes lined the walls and ceiling, many weeping condensation or coated in patches of pale, fuzzy mold. The floor grating was slick in places. He checked his data pad, still securely zipped in his pocket. The data packet was sent, or at least the transmission initiated. He had to assume it got through. He couldn't check now, couldn't risk any network connection that Cain could trace. His priority was evasion, survival. Which way to go? The tunnel stretched ahead into darkness. No markings, no junction signs. He pulled out his multi-tool again, activating its basic environmental sensor suite. Air pressure stable, temperature 15 degrees Celsius, humidity 85%, trace airborne particulates, iron oxide, silicate dust, complex protein chains, source unknown. The protein chains snagged his attention, unusual for a simple service tunnel, unless... He thought about the clinic's layout. This tunnel was likely part of the older network connecting Sublevel 1, where he just escaped from the server room access, to Sublevel 2, patient recovery and low-intensity augmentation, and eventually Sublevel 3, advanced research. His goal should be to bypass SR3 entirely. Too dangerous. Too many unknowns, and likely the focus of Cain's internal search grid. Maybe head towards the older utility sections, further from the core research labs. Areas used for geothermal exchange or waste processing. They were deeper, less accessed, potentially offering routes towards the clinic's perimeter, if such a thing was even reachable from within. He started walking, his footsteps echoing softly on the grating. He kept his light beam focused low, scanning the path ahead. The tunnel curved gently to the left. Water dripped faster now, somewhere around the bend. The sweet-rotten smell intensified, mingling with the damp earthiness of the mold. He rounded the curve and stopped abruptly. The source of the dripping and the smell was apparent. Ahead, a section of the ceiling pipe, thick and heavily insulated, had corroded through. A viscous, translucent fluid glowing faintly with its own internal luminescence, a sickly green oozed sluggishly from the rupture, dripping onto the floor grating and pooling beneath. It sizzled softly where it collected, eating into the metal with slow, persistent hunger. The complex protein chains his scanner detected. Bio-waste, experimental nutrient solution runoff. Whatever it was clearly hazardous. He gave the dripping pool a wide berth, stepping carefully along the opposite wall. As his light passed over the corroded pipe, he saw something else. Scrabble marks in the grime and mold around the rupture. Small, multi-pronged scratches, almost like tiny claws had been working at the weakened metal. Something small had been trying to get in, or perhaps out. A shiver traced its way down his spine, unrelated to the tunnel's chill. What kind of vermin thrived in the clinic's hidden veins? Standard pests wouldn't survive long with the regular sanitation sweeps, even down here, unless they weren't standard, unless they were byproducts. Escaped specimens from Dr. Jian Lee's less than ethical bioaugmentation R&D. He hurried past the hazardous drip, the image of tiny claws scraping metal unnervingly vivid in his mind. The tunnel continued, mercifully clear for the next 50 meters. He passed several more sealed access hatches, identical to the one he'd used, but didn't dare try them. He needed distance first. He needed to put layers of the clinic's labyrinthine structure between himself and Cain's hunters. Suddenly, a low grating sound echoed from behind him, distant but distinct, metal scraping on metal. Had they found the shaft? Were they opening the hatch he'd come through, or was it something else? The clinic was full of automated systems, shifting machinery. It could be anything. He picked up his pace, breaking into a jog. The graded floor rattled under his boots. He swept his light ahead, searching for a junction, another turn, anything to break line of sight. The tunnel straightened out, running long and dark before him. Far ahead he saw a faint, flickering light. Not the steady glow of standard clinic illumination, but something erratic, failing. As he got closer, the flickering resolved into a bare bulb hanging from a conduit box, casting jumpy shadows. It illuminated a junction where his tunnel intersected with a wider corridor. This new corridor looked slightly more maintained, cleaner walls, fewer dripping pipes. A sign, streaked with grime but still legible, was bolted to the wall. Sector 4 Gamma, atmospheric processing intake. Below it, an arrow pointed right. SR2 access corridor. Another arrow pointed left. Geothermal exchange, level B. SR2 was closer to active patient areas. More security, more staff, even on the lower levels. Geothermal exchange sounded promising. Deeper, more industrial, fewer people. He turned left, entering the wider corridor. The flickering bulb behind him cast his shadow long and distorted before him. He moved cautiously now. The improved condition of the corridor suggested more frequent access, potentially better sensor coverage. He stayed close to the wall, using machinery housings and support pillars for cover as he advanced. The air hummed louder here, the sound of massive fans pulling air through unseen vents. He passed a heavy steel door marked Filter Maintenance H07, locked tight. Further on, another door, this one with a small, reinforced window showing darkness within. Emergency SYSTMS control, also locked. He kept moving. Then he heard it again. Not behind him this time, ahead, a faint, rhythmic clicking. He froze, dousing his utility light, plunging the corridor into near-total darkness save for the distant flicker of the junction bulb far behind him, and the faint emergency lighting strips running along the floor. He pressed himself flat against the cold metal wall, straining his ears. Click, 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 pause, click. It was irregular, hesitant, and it was moving, getting closer. It sounded like hard chitin tapping on metal grating, or perhaps articulated cybernetic limbs. He remembered the data fragment, the convulsing figure, Warden unit prototype. He remembered Cain's cold precision. He remembered the clinic's name, Chimera, a fusion of disparate parts. What other horrors might Bellwether and her team have cooked up in their pursuit of evolution? What might have escaped or been deliberately released into these service corridors to hunt intruders? The clicking grew louder, clearer now, definitely metallic but with an unnerving lightness, a skittering quality. It echoed strangely in the corridor, making it hard to pinpoint the exact distance. He risked activating his multi-tool's passive audio sensor. The display showed multiple sound sources, overlapping, converging on his position from further down the corridor. Not one source, several. His breath caught. He fumbled in his pocket, fingers closing around the smooth, heavy cylinder of the emergency signal flare he carried as part of his standard tech kit. Meant for signaling rescue crews in case of industrial accidents, power failures in confined spaces. Highly visible, burns incredibly hot for 60 seconds. Not a weapon, but maybe a deterrent, a distraction. The clicking was very close now, just around the next bend in the corridor, maybe 20 meters away. He could hear faint, wet, snuffling sounds accompanying it, like something sniffing the air, hunting by scent. He braced himself, thumb on the flare's ignition cap. His technical knowledge was useless against whatever this was. This was primal, fight or flight, and flight seemed increasingly difficult. A shape appeared at the edge of the darkness, silhouetted momentarily against the faint floor lighting strip. Low to the ground, segmented, moving with an unsettling, multi-limbed gait. More shapes followed, scuttling out from the shadows. Angular, metallic limbs scraped the grating floor. Small, multifaceted optical sensors glowed with a faint red light, sweeping the corridor. They weren't large, perhaps the size of a dog, but there were at least 4 of them. Arachnid-like cybernetics grafted onto. Something biological. He couldn't make out the core bodies clearly in the dim light, just the glint of metal, the too many legs, the searching red eyes. Scuttlers, the thought flashed through his mind, recalling vague project notes he'd once dismissed as theoretical R&D patients augmented with arachnid limbs for mobility experiments. Clearly, the experiments had progressed. And apparently, they were now part of Cain's welcoming committee. One of the scuttlers paused, its head section tilting, multiple red eyes focusing directly on his position against the wall. It emitted a low, chittering hiss. The other units stopped their advance, turning towards him in unison. No more hiding. He twisted the flare's cap. With a loud hiss and a shower of sparks, the end erupted in blinding magnesium-white flame, instantly banishing the shadows, throwing the corridor into stark, painful relief. The scuttlers recoiled, chittering frantically, raising metallic forelimbs to shield their sensitive optics. Elias didn't hesitate. He threw the burning flare down the corridor towards them, aiming past the creatures. It skittered across the grating, sparks flying, casting wild, dancing shadows. He turned and ran, back towards the flickering junction bulb, away from the geothermal exchange, away from the clicking, skittering horrors. SR2 access corridor. Towards patients, staff, potentially more security, but away from those things. It was a desperate choice, made in a split second of terror. Behind him, he heard angry, clicking screeches as the scuttlers recovered from the flare's glare. Then, the rapid, unnerving sound of multiple metallic legs scrambling across the grating, accelerating, pursuing. He sprinted, lungs burning, footsteps echoing madly in the confined space. The flickering bulb ahead seemed impossibly far. He risked a glance back. Red eyes, low to the ground, bobbing frantically as they closed the distance. They were fast, faster than he could run for long. He reached the junction, skidding on the slick grating as he veered right into the corridor marked access. He needed another door, another shaft, another miracle. Fast. The clicking pursuit was right behind him, echoing louder now, bouncing off the walls of the new corridor. He ran blindly into the darkness, the scuttler's hunt just beginning. Chapter 3: Echoes in the Recovery Ward. Panic was a physical entity, clawing at Elias' throat, stealing the air from his burning lungs. He pounded down the SR2 access corridor, each frantic footfall slapping against the slightly grimy tile floor, a stark contrast to the muffled grating of the deeper service tunnels. Behind him, the rhythmic, chitinous clicking of the scuttlers echoed, amplified by the corridor's hard surfaces. Too close, far too close. They were gaining. This passage felt different from the raw utility spaces he'd just fled. While still dimly lit by flickering emergency strips along the floor and occasional buzzing overhead panels, the walls here were smoother, painted a pale, institutional green, now scuffed and marked. Discarded items lay strewn near the walls, crumpled sterile wrappers, empty nutrient IV bags tangled like translucent snakes, a lone, overturned metal stool. A faint, sharp smell of antiseptic overlay the ever-present dampness and metallic tang, unable to fully mask a subtler, unsettling aroma, something akin to stressed flesh and ozone. This was closer to the clinic's working levels, a transition zone leading towards where patients recovered from procedures deemed less radical than those requiring the deeper, more secure sublevels. Low-intensity augmentation, cosmetic cybernetics, neural boosters, basic organ replacements. Still invasive, still Chimera Clinic's brand of transhumanism, but theoretically more stable. Theoretically. The clicking intensified, punctuated by sharp hisses. He risked a backwards glance. 3 of them, maybe 4, low-slung horrors of fused flesh and metal, their multiple limbs churning with terrifying efficiency. The red pinpricks of their optical sensors cut through the gloom, fixed unerringly on him. They navigated the scattered debris without pause, cybernetic legs finding purchase where flesh might slip. Faster than he'd estimated. Much faster. His mind raced, sifting through technical knowledge, searching for an advantage, any advantage. Corridor schematics, system access points, environmental controls, sanitation. He remembered seeing control panels for localized sanitation flushes near hazardous material transfer points, designed for quick decontamination spills. Usually water, sometimes high-pressure steam or chemical foam depending on the sector. There, 20 meters ahead, on the right wall, a small, unassuming gray panel marked SA&I Flush Cycle Sector 7G. He needed timing, precise timing. He pushed himself harder, legs screaming in protest. The scuttlers were almost upon him, their clicking a deafening cacophony. 10 meters to the panel. 5. He fumbled for his multi-tool, thumbing the interface probe attachment as he ran. He reached the panel, not daring to stop. He slammed his palm against the emergency stop button next to it, a precaution, hopefully preventing a full, prolonged cycle, while simultaneously jamming the probe into the panel's diagnostic port. Override code required flashed on his tool's tiny screen. He inputted his Level 2 maintenance override, VANCE Tech DIAG 773. Access granted, manual cycle initiation. He didn't look back. He could feel the proximity of the lead scuttler, hear its wet, snuffling breaths. He stabbed the yes confirmation on his tool's screen and sprinted past the panel. Behind him, a loud hiss erupted. High-pressure nozzles embedded in the ceiling and walls unleashed a dense spray of cold water mixed with a foaming disinfectant agent. It wasn't steam, thankfully, but the force was considerable. He heard the impact, followed by furious, high-pitched screeches from the scuttlers. Metallic limbs scraped violently against the wet tile. He hoped it was enough. A disorientation. A pause. He didn't slow down. The corridor curved ahead. He rounded the bend, heart pounding like a drum against his ribs, the sounds of the pursuing scuttlers momentarily muffled by the roar of the sanitation cycle and the intervening wall. He needed cover. He needed a place to think, to reassess. His eyes scanned the dimly lit stretch ahead. More discarded items, another overturned gurney. Then he saw it, a door slightly ajar, leading into darkness. No markings on the door itself, but the adjacent wall panel read observation room to be usually linked to small recovery bays or post-procedure monitoring suites. Locked. Unlikely if left ajar. Worth the risk. He darted towards it, shoulder-checking the door open wider, slipping inside and pulling it almost shut behind him, leaving just a crack to peer through. He slumped against the cool metal, chest heaving, listening intently. The sanitation cycle cut off abruptly, the sudden silence almost as jarring as the noise. Then dripping sounds and the cautious, exploratory click. Click-click of the scuttlers resuming their advance, slower now, perhaps assessing the change in environment. Were they damaged? Simply confused? Or just methodical hunters? He took stock of his surroundings. The observation room was small, dark. The only light came from the faint glow filtering under the door from the corridor and the eerie, pulsating indicators on a bank of monitoring equipment built into one wall. The equipment was dark, offline, likely deactivated when the recovery bay it monitored was vacant. Dominating the opposite wall was a large pane of one-way glass, looking out into an equally dark space. Recovery bay 2B empty, sterile, containing only a standard medical bed bolted to the floor, and a ceiling-mounted diagnostic arm retracted into its housing. He leaned his forehead against the cool glass, trying to calm his racing pulse. Trapped. Temporarily safe, maybe, but trapped nonetheless. The scuttlers would find him. They were tracking him, relentless creations designed for pursuit or containment. He needed another way out. Back into the corridor seemed like suicide. He pulled out his multi-tool, its screen casting a faint blue glow on his face. He ran a quick diagnostic on the observation room systems. Minimal power, no active surveillance feeds, local comms offline. Good. But then the screen flickered erratically. Lines of garbled text scrolled past, too fast to read. System instability from the chase, power fluctuations, or something else. He initiated a basic network scan, hopping to find a schematic or an unsecured access point nearby. More flickering. Then, a clear line of text materialized amidst the digital noise. Warning: unsecure node DETECTEDC /usser /sys /bellwether /chimera proto gamma warden corrupt. Warden, the prototype file he'd found. An active node related to it. Corrupt. Before he could even process the implications, the text vanished, replaced by another line, stark against the flickering background. Path available, Vent SYS4B, Cassandra. Cassandra, patient 0. The name resonated, a whisper of potential help, of mystery, maybe of madness. Who was she? How was she accessing or influencing the system? And Vent System 4B, was that an escape route? The text held for a bare second, then dissolved. The multi-tool screen returned to the standard diagnostic interface, steady now, as if nothing had happened. Elias stared at the screen, bewildered. A hallucination brought on by stress and fear. A genuine system glitch, or a deliberate message. He couldn't be sure. But Cassandra and Vent System 4B were now lodged in his mind, potential keys in a lock he didn't understand. A sharp scratching sound at the door snapped him back to immediate reality. Scrape, click, scrape. They were outside. One of them, testing the door, sniffing at the crack he'd left open. He held his breath, pressing himself further into the shadows of the observation room. The scratching stopped. A low chittering sound answered by another further down the corridor. They were communicating, coordinating. He scanned the observation room frantically. His eyes fell on a large ventilation grate set high on the wall opposite the one-way glass near the ceiling. Square, bolted shut, but significantly larger than standard airflow vents. Big enough for a person. It looked like an older maintenance access point for the main ductwork running above the recovery suites. Vent System 4B. It had to be. The scratching at the door resumed, more insistent now. A metallic limb probed through the crack, sharp claws scrabbling against the inner surface. Then a forceful impact shuttered the door in its frame. They were trying to force it open. No time left. He needed to reach the grate. He looked around. A sturdy metal equipment rack, bolted to the floor but with shelving extending upwards, stood near the wall beneath the vent. Maybe. He moved quickly, silently. He climbed onto the lowest shelf of the rack, testing its stability. It held. He used the integrated handles on the monitoring console beside it to pull himself higher, reaching for the next shelf. Metal groaned softly under his weight. He froze, listening. Outside, the impacts on the door became heavier, more rhythmic. Splintering sounds echoed from the door frame. He continued climbing, reaching the top of the rack. Still several feet below the vent grate. He looked up. Thick bundles of data cables ran in conduits along the wall just below the grate, if he could reach them. He braced himself, took a deep breath, and jumped, grabbing hold of the thickest conduit. It sagged alarmingly under his sudden weight, dust raining down. His boots scrabbled for purchase against the smooth wall paneling. He held on grimly, pulling himself up hand over hand until he was level with the grate. It was secured by 4 large hex bolts, similar to the shaft access panel earlier. He clung precariously to the conduit with one hand, fumbling for his multi-tool with the other. He engaged the hex driver attachment. Crack! A large splinter flew inwards from the door. A section of the metal buckled. He could see multiple red eyes peering through the widening gap. He jammed the tool against the first bolt head. The motor whirred, painfully slow against the urgent sounds from the door. The bolt resisted, corroded tight. Come on, come on. Crash! The door burst inwards, torn from its hinges, slamming against the interior wall. Standing in the ruined doorway, illuminated by the corridor light beyond, was a scuttler. Its segmented body unfolded slightly, revealing a grotesque fusion of pale, scarred flesh stretched over a metallic endoskeleton. Wires snaked through tissue, connecting limbs that clicked and whirred. Its head, a distorted parody of something once human, swiveled, multiple red optical sensors locking onto Elias clinging to the wall conduit. It emitted a piercing screech, a mixture of organic rage and mechanical feedback, and launched itself into the room. The first bolt finally gave way with a sharp crack. Elias frantically moved the tool to the second bolt. The scuttler ignored the floor, its clawed metallic feet finding purchase on the wall itself. It began climbing, scuttling upwards with unnatural, terrifying speed, its movements jerky but incredibly effective. It closed the distance between them rapidly. Second bolt free. 2 more. The scuttler was halfway up the wall, screeching, saliva or coolant dripping from distorted mandibles fused below its optical array. Closer. He could smell the ozone radiating from its cybernetics, the faint scent of decay from its biological components. He jammed the tool onto the third bolt. The scuttler was just meters below him now, reaching up with a sharp, articulated forelimb. He kicked out instinctively, his boot connecting with its head section. It recoiled slightly, screeching louder but didn't lose its grip. Third bolt spun free. 1 left. He slapped the tool onto the final bolt head. The scuttler lunged again, faster this time. Its clawed appendage scraped against Elias' leg, tearing his jumpsuit fabric but missing flesh. He cried out, nearly losing his grip on the conduit. The final bolt came loose. Elias grabbed the edge of the heavy grate, pulling it outwards. It opened onto darkness, a rush of cool, stale air washing over him. He scrambled, pulling himself towards the opening, desperate to escape the reaching claws. The scuttler surged upwards, latching onto his ankle with surprising strength. Sharp metal bit into his skin. Pain flared, hot and intense. He yelled, kicking frantically with his free leg, trying to dislodge it. He pulled himself further into the vent opening, dragging the scuttler partially with him. He twisted, bringing his multi-tool down hard on the limb gripping his ankle. A shower of sparks erupted. The limb spasmed, claws retracting momentarily. Elias wrenched his leg free, ignoring the searing pain, and scrambled headfirst into the black void of the ventilation shaft, pulling the heavy grate partially closed behind him just as the scuttler lunged again, its screech echoing in the confined metal space. Chapter 4: Rust and Radio Silence. Darkness pressed in, thick and suffocating, tasting of dust and corrosion. Elias scrambled deeper into the ventilation shaft, pulling the heavy grate mostly shut behind him. The screech of the thwarted scuttler echoed briefly, sharp and furious, before being muffled by the metal barrier. He didn't dare seal it completely. The mechanism required latching from the outside, and besides, he needed to listen. Silence, apart from his own ragged breathing and the frantic thumping of his heart, descended like a shroud. He lay pressed against the cold, smooth metal floor of the duct, every muscle screaming from the exertion, the adrenaline crash leaving him trembling and nauseous. Pain flared sharply from his ankle where the scuttler's claws had connected. He gritted his teeth, forcing himself to stay still, straining his ears. He could hear faint scratching sounds from the other side of the great metallic claws scraping against the solid surface, testing it, seeking purchase. Then, after a tense minute, the sounds retreated, replaced by the distant, fatting clicks of the creature moving away down the corridor outside. Gone, or just regrouping. He couldn't be sure. He wouldn't be safe staying near the access point. He pushed himself up into a crawling position. The shaft was roughly square, perhaps a meter high and wide, just enough room to move on hands and knees. Dust, thick and gray, coated every surface, disturbed into choking clouds by his movement. He fumbled for the utility light clipped to his belt, thumbing it on. The beam cut a stark white cone through the oppressive blackness, revealing the claustrophobic reality of his refuge. Sheet metal walls, riveted together, stretched ahead. Smaller conduits and bundles of insulated wiring ran along the ceiling and one wall, held by rusted brackets. The air was still, heavy, carrying that faint, persistent sweet-rotten undertone he'd first noticed in the deeper service tunnels. It seemed concentrated here, less diluted by the larger airflow systems of the main corridors. Whatever generated that smell, it likely used these older, less trafficked ventilation routes. His ankle throbbed insistently. He risked shifting his weight to examine it. The scuttler's claws had torn through his jumpsuit fabric easily. 4 deep gouges wept blood onto the dusty metal floor, the surrounding skin already darkening with bruising. It wasn't arterial bleeding, thankfully, but it was deep enough to be serious, especially in this filthy environment. Infection was a major risk. He needed antiseptic, bandages, things he didn't have. He tore a strip of cleaner fabric from the inside lining of his jumpsuit sleeve and wrapped it tightly around the wound, improvising a crude pressure bandage. It was better than nothing, but the pain remained a constant, sharp reminder of his vulnerability. Movement was awkward, painful. He started crawling forward, away from the grate, dragging his injured leg. Every meter gained felt like a victory. The beam of his light bounced ahead, illuminating the seemingly endless tunnel of metal. The silence pressed in again, broken only by the scrape of his own movements and the low, pervasive hum of the clinic far below, a sound that vibrated up through the metal structure itself. He crawled for what felt like an eternity, maybe 50 meters, maybe more. Distance was hard to judge in the featureless dark. The main duct continued straight, but smaller shafts branched off occasionally, dark holes leading into unknown sections of the ventilation network. Which way? The message on his multi-tool had been specific: Vent System 4B, Cassandra. This was 4B according to the access panel he'd climbed through. But where within 4B was Cassandra a location? A person guiding him? Or just a system anomaly, a ghost in the machine leading him nowhere? He paused at a junction where a smaller circular duct joined the main square shaft from above. He shone his light up into it. More darkness. He listened. Faint airflow whispered down, carrying a slightly different scent, cleaner, sharper, like ionized air near high-voltage equipment. Interesting but not helpful. He needed a direction. He pulled out his multi-tool again, cradling it carefully. The screen remained steady this time. No flickering, no cryptic messages. He ran another passive network scan. Signal strength was abysmal within the metal confines of the duct, shielded from the clinic's main wireless network. He detected only faint leakage from adjacent sectors, heavily encrypted. Accessing anything meaningful from here was impossible. Except, he remembered the conduit bundles running along the ceiling. Fiber optics, power lines, but maybe also older copper data lines. Relics from previous network iterations, potentially less secured, often left in place during upgrades because removal was too costly or complex. He crawled closer to the wall, reaching up to examine the nearest bundle. Wiping away layers of dust revealed faded color coding. Yes, shielded Cat3 cabling. Ancient by the clinic's standards, probably used for low-priority environmental sensors or legacy systems. Low bandwidth, but potentially a link. He selected the induction interface on his multi-tool, a small clamp designed to read data signals non-invasively through cable shielding. He carefully clamped it around the Cat3 bundle. The tool's screen flickered. DATCTNG carrier signal, weak. Protocol, X25 legacy. Node ID, ENV sensor 4B713. A simple environmental sensor node. Temperature, humidity, airflow. Probably hadn't been actively polled by the main system in years, but it was connected. A tiny, forgotten thread leading back into the network labyrinth. He initiated a handshake sequence, using default maintenance credentials from the clinic's older systems archive, credentials he doubted anyone had bothered to update on hardware this obsolete. Handshake accepted. Access level guest read only. Not much, but something. He couldn't send data out, couldn't access secure files, but maybe he could query local network topology, find a map. He typed a request for adjacent node IDs. The screen blinked. QUERYING. Then, lines of text began to scroll, listing other sensor nodes, relay points, junction box identifiers within the immediate vicinity of vent system 4B. It was like navigating by touch in the dark, slow and fragmented. He scanned the IDs, looking for anything unusual, anything that didn't fit the pattern of simple environmental monitoring. Node ID, Biofilter Monitor 4B Alpha. Node ID, Pressure REG 4B Delta. Node ID, AUX PWR Relay SR3 Auxiliary SR3, too close to the labs. Node ID, Access Junction 7C Main, another vent system junction. Node ID, Unknown Device SIG, Cassandra, active. His breath hitched. There it was again. Unknown Device SIG, Cassandra, active, not just a system glitch. An active device signature somehow tagged or associated with that name connected to this ancient network segment. Where? The node list didn't provide precise locations, only logical connections. It was nearby, somewhere within vent system 4B or an adjacent connected system like 7C active. What did that mean? Broadcasting, listening. He tried to query the unknown device directly. Request timed out. Of course, it wouldn't be that easy, but it confirmed the name wasn't random. Someone or something named Cassandra was interfacing with the clinic's forgotten network pathways right here in the vents. Ally? Trap? Impossible to know. But it was the only lead he had. He needed to find a junction leading towards other systems. Potentially 7C, he continued crawling, the beam of his light sweeping back and forth, the multi-tool occasionally pinging the network, trying to triangulate the direction of the Cassandra signal based on response times from adjacent nodes. It was crude, inaccurate, but better than moving blind. The duct began to slope downwards gradually. The air grew warmer, the low hum from the clinic below intensifying slightly. He passed another branching shaft, this one sealed with a rusted metal plate bolted firmly in place. He shone his light on the plate. Scratches marred its surface, deeper this time, gouged into the metal, not the fine marks of the scuttler near the bio-waste pipe. These were heavier, cruder, almost like someone had tried to pry the plate off with a tool. Or perhaps with augmented strength. Recent scratches, judging by the brightness of the exposed metal beneath the rust. Something else was down here, or had been recently. Something strong enough to damage thick steel plating. He backed away from the sealed shaft, a fresh wave of unease washing over him. He was not alone in these tunnels. The scuttlers were one threat dispatched by Cain or Bellwether. But what else resided in the clinic's hidden spaces? Failed experiments, escapees, things best forgotten. He pushed onward, the pain in his ankle a dull, constant ache. The duct turned sharply right, then left again, a cramped Z-bend that forced him to contort his body awkwardly. As he straightened out in the next section, his light fell upon something lying against the far wall. Not clinic equipment, not discarded debris. It was a small, worn leather pouch, cinched closed with a drawstring, out of place. He crawled towards it cautiously, scanning the surrounding duct. Empty. He nudged the pouch with the toe of his boot. Soft. He picked it up. It was surprisingly heavy for its size. He loosened the drawstring and peered inside. Wrapped in a piece of oilcloth were several items. A small, high-intensity focused plasma cutter, clearly modified from standard clinic engineering tools, its power cell indicator showing a partial charge. 3 protein bars, dense and vacuum-sealed, unmarked, not standard clinic issue. A roll of medical-grade self-adhesive bandage. A small vial of potent broad-spectrum antibiotic gel. And nestled at the bottom, a single, tarnished brass key, intricately cut, unlike any standard clinic access key he'd ever seen. His heart hammered. This wasn't random. This was a cache, a stash, left here deliberately. By whom? Cassandra, the tools, the supplies. They were survival items, escape items. The plasma cutter could breach sealed doors, reinforced plating. The medical supplies, he looked down at his bleeding ankle. Exactly what he needed. He quickly applied the stinging antibiotic gel to the gouges. the cold burn a welcome sensation compared to the throbbing ache. He wrapped the self-adhesive bandage tightly over the wound, securing it firmly. Immediate relief washed through him, though he knew it was temporary. He repacked the pouch, leaving out one protein bar, which he unwrapped and devoured hungrily. The unfamiliar chewy texture and slightly chemical taste, a gourmet meal compared to the nutrient paste he usually subsisted on. Who left this, and why here? Was it for him, triggered by his access attempts on the network? Or was he just lucky, stumbling upon someone else's emergency supplies? The brass key felt heavy, significant in his palm. What did it unlock? He clipped the pouch securely to his belt. The plasma cutter felt reassuringly solid. He now had supplies, a potential tool, and a cryptic destination linked to an unknown entity. It wasn't much, but it was more than he'd had minutes ago. He checked the multi-tool again. The Cassandra signal seemed slightly stronger now, its estimated direction aligning with the continued path of this main duct. He crawled onward, renewed determination warring with the deep-seated fear. The duct began to narrow slightly, the ceiling pressing closer. He passed under a large, stationary fan blade, thankfully inactive, its surface thick with grime and cobwebs. Then the metal under his hands changed. The smooth sheet metal transitioned to a rougher, grating-like surface. He shone his light down. He was crawling over a mesh screen set into the floor of the duct. Below the screen, darkness, he listened. Faint echoes drifted up, distant clangs, the hiss of pneumatics, and voices, muffled, indistinct but definitely voices. He pressed his ear closer to the mesh. Containment protocols active on SR3, all units. Igniture detected, vent system 4B overlap. His blood ran cold. They knew where he was or near. And Bellwether authorizes lethal protocol Delta if target exhibits. Cain en route to lower processing levels. Security chatter, leaking up from whatever lay below this ventilation shaft. They were actively hunting him, narrowing the search grid. Cain himself was involved, moving towards the lower levels. Lethal protocol Delta. He didn't want to imagine what that entailed. He scrambled back from the mesh screen, heart pounding. He couldn't stay here. He had to keep moving, get further away, find a different route, somewhere unexpected. He looked around desperately. The main duct continued forward, likely leading towards the area below the screen. Suicide. To his left, a much smaller, circular feeder duct branched off, barely half a meter in diameter. It looked impossibly tight, claustrophobic even compared to his current confines. But it led away from the voices. Away from the direction the Cassandra signal seemed strongest, but also away from the area Cain was reportedly heading towards. Decision time. Follow the cryptic signal towards potential help or a trap, knowing security might be closing in, or risk the impossibly tight side duct, heading into a completely unknown section of the ventilation network, hopping for obscurity. His injured ankle throbbed. The memory of the scuttler's claws, Cain's cold voice authorizing his optional intactness, the unseen strength that had damaged the steel plate, it all crashed down on him. Obscurity seemed safer. For now. He took one last look down the main duct, then turned towards the narrow side passage. He shoved the multi-tool and the precious leather pouch ahead of him into the opening, took a deep breath, and began to squeeze himself into the suffocating darkness, the sound of his own labored breathing echoing loud in the sudden, intense confinement. Chapter 5: Compression and Corrosion. The world shrank to the dimensions of the duct. Cold, unyielding metal pressed against Elias' back scraped his sides, snagged at the fabric of his jumpsuit. Every breath felt constricted, the stale air thick with the ghosts of dust disturbed by his passage. He moved by inches, a painful, laborious shuffle forward on elbows and knees, dragging his throbbing ankle behind him. The narrowness was absolute, a physical pressure that mirrored the crushing weight of his situation. Panic, a slick, cold serpent, coiled in his gut, threatening to overwhelm the fragile dam of his resolve. He fought it down, focusing on the immediate, the tangible, the feel of the metal under his palms, the rhythm of his breathing, the small circle of light cast by his utility lamp slicing through the oppressive black. Progress was agonizingly slow. The duct wasn't a straight shot. It twisted and turned, following the hidden architecture of the clinic. Bends forced him to contort his body, scraping his shoulders against rivet heads, jarring his injured ankle. Sharp edges, remnants of hasty construction or unrepaired damage, lay in wait. He felt a searing rip along his upper arm as he navigated a particularly tight corner, glancing down to see a fresh tear in his jumpsuit, a thin line of blood welling beneath. He hissed, pressing the fabric tight against the cut. Another wound, another potential entry point for infection in this filthy, forgotten space. Time became meaningless, measured only in aching muscles, and meters crawled. Was it minutes? An hour? Longer? The constant pressure, the darkness broken only by his small light, the recycled air, it induced a state of sensory deprivation punctuated by sharp discomfort. His mind threatened to drift, to succumb to the hypnotic repetition of movement. He forced himself to stay alert, concentrating on the details, searching for any change, any sign. The temperature fluctuated unpredictably. One section felt unnervingly warm, the metal radiating heat from a large, unseen pipe running parallel just beyond the duct wall, likely carrying superheated water or steam for the clinic's power systems or sterilization units. He hurried past it, sweat beading on his forehead, the air thick and stifling. Then, just as abruptly, the temperature plummeted. Cold seeped through the metal, chilling him to the bone. Condensation slicked the surfaces, making his progress even more treacherous. He imagined passing near cryo-storage or coolant lines for the massive server farms, unseen rivers of intense heat and cold flowing just inches away. The smell shifted too. The underlying sweet rot remained a constant, sometimes fainter, sometimes stronger, but other scents intruded. A sharp, acrid chemical tang, reminiscent of solvents used for cleaning delicate cybernetics, drifted through the vents for a stretch, stinging his nostrils. Later, a heavy, ozone-rich smell like the air after a lightning strike, accompanied by a faint crackling sound from somewhere within the wall's exposed wiring. A failing power conduit. He carefully scanned the duct ahead with his light before proceeding, wary of electrical hazards. He had to stop frequently, wedging himself awkwardly to rest his protesting muscles and ease the throbbing in his ankle. During one such pause, panting in the darkness, he deactivated his light to conserve power and listen. The silence was profound, yet not empty. He could hear the faint, impossibly distant hum of the clinic's core functions, a sound felt more than heard, a vibration in the metal surrounding him. Closer, there were tiny, intermittent sounds, the drip, drip, drip of condensation gathering and falling somewhere further down the duct, the soft patter of unseen particles settling, and occasionally, a faint, dry skittering within the walls. Rats, or something else adapted to this metallic ecosystem. He hoped fervently it was rats. He reactivated his light. Its beam fell on the duct wall beside him. Something caught his eye. Not grime, not rust. Marks, deliberately made. He crawled closer, angling the light. Someone had scratched symbols into the metal surface using a sharp tool. They weren't letters, not any language he recognized. Geometric shapes intertwined with jagged lines, forming complex, repeating patterns. Some were faded, ancient-looking, covered in layers of dust. Others looked fresher, the metal beneath gleaming slightly. Who had made these? Maintenance workers leaving cryptic tags, or someone else? Someone who navigated these hidden ways regularly. He traced one of the fresher symbols with his finger. It felt strangely purposeful, like a warning or a map marker for an unseen territory. The memory of the heavy brass key in the pouch at his belt surfaced. Intricately cut. Did it relate to symbols like these? He pushed the thought aside. Speculation wouldn't help him now. He needed information, a way out. He retrieved his multi-tool, the small device feeling like a lifeline. He clamped the induction reader onto another bundle of legacy cabling running overhead. DTCTNG carrier signal, very weak. Protocol X25 legacy. Node ID, thermal sensor 7C042. 7C. He was in a different vent system branch now. He'd successfully navigated away from 4B, away from the area where security had detected him, away from the immediate direction Cain was supposedly heading. But where did 7C lead? He tried querying the local network topology again. QUERYING. The tool struggled, the signal incredibly weak, intermittent. Lines of fragmented data flickered across the screen. Most were sensor nodes, offline relays, dead ends. Then something different appeared, garbled but recognizable. Audit log fragment, timestamp redacted, security sweep, unit WC, pathway 7C, target Project Chimera, specimen breach, designation amalgam, non-compliant, neutralize order, data corrupt. Elias stared, his blood turning to ice water. WC Warden Cain. Security sweep in pathway 7C, specimen breach. Amalgam, neutralize order. He remembered the list of potential horrors Bellwether's clinic might contain. The amalgam, a failed attempt to physically merge multiple patients. Grotesque, asymmetrical mass. Driven by constant agony, it had escaped into these very vents, and Cain had been sent to hunt it. When? The timestamp was redacted or corrupted. Was the amalgam still here? Was Cain? The thought sent a fresh wave of terror through him. He was crawling blindly through the hunting ground of both a monstrous failed experiment and the clinic's most ruthless enforcer. Was the sweet rotten smell he kept encountering? The amalgam's spore? Were the heavy scratches on the sealed plate back in 4B its work? He had to get out of 7C now. But how? He scanned the tool's fragmented node list again, desperately searching for an exit point, an access ladder, anything. MAINT hatch 7C subfloor access. Status: locked mechanical. A vertical shaft connects 7C TO9A. Status: DAMAGED structural alert. Emergency release valve coolant line 7C. Status: offline. Subfloor access, locked mechanically, possibly with a key. A vertical shaft damaged. A coolant line valve offline. Nothing promising. He felt a surge of despair. Had he traded the immediate threat of the scuttlers for a slower, more terrifying death trapped in these corroded pipes with something truly monstrous? He forced the despair down. Panic was a luxury he couldn't afford. Think, the pouch, the plasma cutter. MAINT hatch 7C subfloor access. Mechanical lock. Maybe the cutter could breach it. Where was it? The node list gave no location data, only logical connections. He'd have to find it. He started crawling again, faster now, fueled by a new, desperate urgency. He swept his light beam methodically, searching every inch of the duct ahead. He passed another junction, ignoring the branching tunnel, sticking to what felt like the main conduit of 7C. Hopping the access hatch would be located along a primary route. The duct began to vibrate slightly. A low, powerful thrumming resonated through the metal, growing steadily louder. It wasn't the background hum of the clinic. This was focused, intense, like immense machinery spooling up nearby. He paused, listening. The vibration intensified, the metal floor buzzing beneath his hands. Was it the geothermal exchange systems he'd avoided earlier, or something else? Suddenly, a section of the duct wall beside him glowed cherry red. Heat washed over him, intense, searing. He scrambled back instinctively, shielding his face. The metal buckled outward slightly, groaning under thermal stress. A high-pitched whine joined the thrumming, some kind of energy discharge, a system overload. He watched in horror as the glowing section intensified, the metal beginning to shimmer, threatening to melt. Whatever was happening on the other side of that wall, it was catastrophic. He couldn't stay here. He pushed himself forward, crawling as fast as his injured body allowed, away from the rapidly escalating heat signature. The thrumming reached a crescendo, the vibration shaking the entire duct violently. Dust and rust particles rained down from the ceiling. Then, as quickly as it began, the intense heat subsided. The glowing patch faded, leaving behind warped, heat-blackened metal. The thrumming died down, though the vibration lingered, a nervous tremor in the structure. Silence fell again, deeper, more ominous than before. What had just happened? He didn't wait to find out. He continued his crawl, the near miss leaving him shaken. The clinic was unstable, a complex machine tearing itself apart or being deliberately pushed towards chaos. Finally, his light beam caught it. Ahead, set into the floor of the duct, was a square outline, a hatch, bolted down with a recessed handle and a keyhole mechanism crusted with rust. MAINT hatch 7C subfloor access was stenciled faintly beside it in faded yellow paint. He'd found it. He reached the hatch, relief washing over him, quickly tempered by caution. He listened intently. No immediate sounds from below. He examined the lock. Standard mechanical tumbler, heavily corroded. Would the brass key work? He doubted it. This looked like a standard maintenance lock, not something requiring an intricate key. This was a job for the plasma cutter. He retrieved the pouch, pulling out the modified tool. It felt heavy, potent in his hand. He checked the charge indicator again, roughly 60%. Enough, hopefully. He'd never used one before, only seen them demonstrated in engineering workshops for controlled demolitions or emergency breaching. Point, activate, cut. Simple in theory. He knelt awkwardly, aiming the cutter's nozzle at the first bolt head securing the hatch. He took a deep breath, thumbed the activation stud. A low hum emanated from the tool, and the nozzle tip glowed with intense blue-white light, emitting a soft hiss. He guided the beam onto the bolt head. Instantly, metal glowed incandescent, then liquefied, showering sparks. The air filled with the sharp smell of burning steel. He held the beam steady, slowly drawing it across the bolt head, slicing through it. It took only seconds. One down. He moved to the next, the process smoother now. He had a feel for it. 2, 3, 4. The bolts severed, the hatch now held only by rust and grime. He deactivated the cutter, the sudden silence amplifying his heartbeat. He gripped the recessed handle, pulling upwards. It resisted, sealed tight by years of neglect. He braced his good foot against the duct wall, pulling with all his strength. Metal screeched in protest. Rust flaked away. Slowly, agonizingly, the hatch began to lift, grating against its frame. He pulled it open just enough to peer down. Darkness. He shone his light into the void. It wasn't a room or corridor below, but another space between levels, a cramped crawl space filled with pipes, wiring, conduits, and support beams. The floor, maybe 2 meters below the hatch opening, was thick with dust and debris. No immediate threats visible. He widened the opening, swinging the heavy hatch fully open on protesting hinges. The air drifting up smelled different, less metallic rot, more dust and dry decay, like a long-abandoned space. Escape from the vent system, at least. He clipped the plasma cutter back to his belt, secured the pouch, and carefully lowered himself through the opening, dangling by his hands before dropping the short distance to the floor below. He landed heavily, jarring his injured ankle, stifling a cry of pain. Dust billowed around him. He was out of the suffocating confines of the duct. He stood up cautiously, sweeping his light around the crawl space. Pipes, wires, structural supports. Ahead, the space seemed to open slightly, possibly leading towards a larger maintenance area or another access point. Then he heard it, not from the vents above. From ahead, deeper within the crawl space, a low, wet, gurgling sound, like thick liquid shifting, moving, accompanied by a soft, dragging noise, something heavy being pulled across the dusty floor. He froze, light fixed on the darkness ahead. The sounds continued, slow, deliberate, moving closer. That smell, the sweet, rotten odor. It was here too, faint but undeniable, stronger than in the vents. Much stronger. The amalgam, it hadn't been neutralized. Cain hadn't found it, or maybe Cain had and failed. It was here, in the darkness, and it was moving towards him. Chapter 6. The Sum of Its Parts. The gurgling grew louder, closer. A wet, thick sound like mud shifting, punctuated by the rasp of something heavy dragging across the dust-choked floor. Elias remained frozen, his utility light carving a trembling cone into the oppressive darkness of the subfloor crawlspace. Every nerve screamed at him to run, but where? Behind him was the open hatch leading back into the narrow, compromised vents. Ahead lay only deeper darkness and the source of that horrifying sound. His hand instinctively went to the plasma cutter clipped to his belt. A tool, not a weapon. But against something driving forward with such deliberate, sludgy persistence, what good would it do? He gripped it anyway, its metallic solidity a meager comfort. The smell intensified, rolling towards him in waves, that uniquely nauseating blend of antiseptic sweetness curdled with the unmistakable stench of decay, overlaid with the sharp tang of ozone and something else, something uniquely biological and wrong, like infected tissue and stagnant fluids. It coated the back of his throat, making him gag. The dragging sound resolved, accompanied by a soft, continuous clicking and whirring, disturbingly similar to the scuttler's but slower, more labored. And then the edge of his light beam caught movement. Something shifted in the darkness just beyond the light's reach. A shape, low and wide, indistinct at first. It advanced slowly, relentlessly into the cone of illumination. Elias recoiled, stumbling back a step, his injured ankle screaming in protest. Bile rose in his throat. The thing, the amalgam, was worse than the fragmented data file, worse than his imagination could conjure. It defied easy description, a monument to failed ambition and profound suffering. A grotesque assembly of mismatched parts, fused together with a hideous blend of crude surgical staples, shimmering energy fields and rapidly growing, tumorous flesh. Limbs, too many of them, jutted at unnatural angles. A gleaming cybernetic arm designed for heavy lifting bolted next to a frail, pale human leg ending in a bare foot, dragging uselessly. Another limb looked like a scuttler's multi-jointed leg, clicking softly as it helped propel the mass forward. Sections of torso, some covered in standard clinic jumpsuit fabric, others bare and scarred, were grafted together haphazardly. Exposed wiring sparked intermittently where it snaked through the organic components, connecting disparate cybernetic implants. An optical sensor array from a security drone embedded near what might have once been a human shoulder, its lens cracked but still glowing with a faint, erratic red light. Patches of chrome plating gleamed wetly amidst the scarred flesh, reflecting his light in sickening flashes. There was no discernible head, no central control point. Just a rolling, dragging mound of fused bodies and technology, roughly torso height but spread wide across the crawlspace floor. The gurgling sound came from deep within the mass, where internal fluids churned audibly. The dragging noise was the sound of its sheer weight, its non-functional parts scraping against the debris-strewn floor. It moved with a jerky, uneven gait, propelled by the few limbs that still functioned, pulling the dead weight of the rest. But the most horrifying aspect was the sense of awareness emanating from it. Not intelligence, perhaps, but fragmented consciousness. Multiple consciousnesses trapped within that single monstrous form. As it moved into the light, several mouths, some human, some distorted by crude augmentation, opened and closed silently within the mass, forming words that produced no sound. Eyes, organic and synthetic, swiveled independently, some milky and blind, others sharp and focused, all reflecting a universe of agony and confusion. It was a collective nightmare given physical form. The amalgam paused, its functional limbs twitching, the cracked optical sensor focusing on Elias. Did it recognize him as clinic staff, as prey, as something to be absorbed into its wretched hole? Elias couldn't breathe. He backed away slowly, raising the plasma cutter, his hand trembling violently. "Stay back," he whispered, the sound absurdly loud in the sudden stillness. The amalgam responded with a low, wet moan, a sound that seemed to emanate from the entire mass at once, a chorus of despair. Then, the cybernetic arm whirred, lifting sluggishly, its heavy pincer-like manipulator opening and closing. It lurched forward again, faster now, its functional limbs scrabbling for purchase in the dust. He had to move. He couldn't fight this thing, not here, not anywhere. He turned, ignoring the searing pain in his ankle, and scrambled deeper into the crawl space, away from the advancing horror. His light beam bounced wildly, illuminating a chaotic maze of pipes, support beams, and dangling wires. The floor was uneven, littered with fallen debris, chunks of concrete, rusted metal panels, discarded tools from some long-forgotten construction phase. Behind him, the amalgam followed, its dragging, gurgling pursuit a terrifying counterpoint to his own desperate flight. It seemed faster now, energized by the presence of potential prey, or perhaps just drawn inexorably towards any sign of life. Elias stumbled, his injured foot catching on a loose conduit. He fell heavily, his chin striking the gritty floor. The utility light clattered from his belt clip, rolling a short distance away, its beam pointing back towards the approaching horror, perfectly illuminating its grotesque advance. Pain exploded in his ankle. He gasped, pushing himself up, scrambling on hands and knees towards the light. He snatched it just as the amalgam reached the spot where he'd fallen. The heavy cybernetic arm slammed down, the pincer closing on empty air with a sharp clang. Elias didn't look back. He crawled frantically, shoving himself through narrow gaps between pipes, scraping against rough concrete pillars. The crawl space twisted, turned. He lost track of direction, focused only on putting distance between himself and the gurgling, dragging nightmare. He risked a glance back. The amalgam was momentarily slowed, navigating a tight cluster of vertical pipes, its mismatched limbs struggling to coordinate, buying him precious seconds. Pushed onward, his light sweeping ahead. The beam landed on something glinting on the floor near a large support beam, not debris. A small metallic cylinder. He crawled closer. An empty energy weapon cartridge, standard issue for clinic security forces. Near it, a dark scorch mark marred the concrete floor and the side of the beam, a sign of a fight. Warden Cain had been here. He had engaged the amalgam, and the amalgam was still moving. What happened to Cain? Did he retreat? Was he injured? Or worse, the implication that Cain, with his heavy augmentations and weaponry, might have failed to neutralize this thing sent a fresh wave of fear through Elias. He kept moving, the discovery lending speed to his terror. He had to find a way out of this subfloor hell. He followed the crawl space as it curved again, sloping slightly downwards. The air grew denser, the smell of decay stronger. Up ahead, his light revealed a partial collapse. Sections of the ceiling had fallen in, blocking the main path. But a smaller gap remained, leading through the rubble into darkness beyond. He hesitated. Going through the unstable collapse seemed incredibly risky, but the gurgling pursuit was getting closer again. He could hear the scrape and click of the amalgam navigating the obstacles behind him. He had no choice. He approached the collapse cautiously. Loose wires dangled like metallic spaghetti. Chunks of concrete and twisted rebar formed a precarious jumble. The gap was low, requiring him to crawl flat on his belly. He shone his light through. It seemed to open into another section of crawl space, perhaps slightly larger. He took a deep breath, checked that the pouch and cutter were secure, and began to wriggle his way through the narrow opening, pushing aside loose debris, praying the whole structure wouldn't come crashing down on him. Dust filled his nostrils, choking him. Sharp edges scraped his back. His injured ankle protested violently as he dragged it through the tight space. He pushed forward inch by painful inch, almost through. Suddenly, the rubble shifted above him. A shower of concrete dust rained down. He froze. Then, with a low groan, a large section of debris settled behind him, partially blocking the opening he just squeezed through. He pushed himself the rest of the way, emerging into the space beyond just as more rubble cascaded down, sealing the passage almost completely. He lay panting on the floor, coughing, blinking dust from his eyes. He swept his light back towards the collapse. Only a tiny gap remained, not enough for him and certainly not enough for the bulky amalgam. He was cut off, safe from immediate pursuit, but also trapped. He sat up, leaning against a cold concrete wall, trying to catch his breath, assessing his new prison. This section of the crawl space seemed older, more neglected. Thick cobwebs, undisturbed for years, hung like macabre decorations. The floor was covered in a fine layer of silt, suggesting past water intrusion. More pipes and conduits lined the walls, many showing advanced stages of corrosion. Where now? He swept his light around. No obvious hatches or access panels. Just solid concrete walls, the debris-choked passage behind him, and the continuation of the crawl space ahead into deeper darkness. He felt a rising tide of hopelessness. Vent System 7C had been a death trap, and escaping it had led him into another one. He slumped against the wall, the pain in his ankle throbbing in time with his pulse. He needed to rest, to think. He pulled out the protein bar he'd saved, forcing himself to chew and swallow the dense, tasteless block. Energy. He needed energy. As he ate, his light played across the opposite wall. More graffiti, similar to the symbols in the duct but larger, more intricate. Geometric patterns, spirals, jagged lines that seemed to depict stylized figures or creatures. And among them, scratched crudely but unmistakably, was a familiar shape, the outline of the heavy brass key from the pouch. Below the key symbol, an arrow pointed deeper into the crawl space. Cassandra, was this her work too? A signpost left in this forgotten corner, leading him where? Towards another cache, an exit, or another trap. The unknown device signal had been back in Vent System 4B had she anticipated his flight path. Or were these markers old, part of a pre-laid network of secrets within the clinic's bowels? He finished the protein bar, his resolve hardening slightly. It was the only lead he had. Following cryptic symbols left by an unknown entity into potential danger was still better than sitting here waiting for security to find him, or for the ceiling to collapse entirely. He pushed himself to his feet, testing his injured ankle. Still painful, but the bandage held, and the immediate terror had subsided enough for adrenaline to numb the worst of it. He retrieved his light, secured his gear, and started moving again, following the direction indicated by the arrow, deeper into the decaying crawlspace. The passage narrowed again slightly, forcing him to stoop. The air grew noticeably colder, the silence more profound. The background hum of the clinic was almost completely absent here, absorbed by the thick concrete and earth. It felt like burrowing into the very foundations of the mountain upon which the clinic was built. After perhaps 30 meters, the crawlspace opened into a slightly larger chamber, roughly circular. Pipes converged here from multiple directions, feeding into a large, cylindrical tank dominating the center of the space. The tank was made of thick, riveted metal, coated in layers of rust and grime. Valves and pressure gauges, long seized and useless, studded its surface. An old water cistern, a chemical storage tank. Its purpose was lost to time and neglect. His light swept across the tank's surface. More symbols, intricately carved into the rusted metal, and at the base of the tank, almost hidden by debris, was a small, heavy-duty access hatch, no bigger than the one he'd crawled through earlier. Unlike the others, this one had no visible bolts or standard lock mechanism. Instead, set into its center, was a single, complex keyhole, shaped to accept an unusual, multifaceted key. He approached it slowly, his heart beating faster. He pulled the pouch from his belt, his fingers closing around the tarnished brass key. He held it up, comparing its intricate teeth and wards to the keyhole. A perfect match. This was it, a door opened by Cassandra's key, leading where? Down into the earth, into a hidden section of the clinic unknown on any official schematic. He hesitated, the weight of the unknown pressing down on him. But the memory of the amalgam, the thought of Cain's relentless pursuit, spurred him on. This was the path laid out for him, for better or worse. He knelt before the small hatch, inserted the heavy brass key into the lock, and turned. Chapter 7: Cassandra's Domain. The key turned with surprising smoothness, the tumblers within the ancient lock clicking over with satisfying precision despite the rust and grime coating the hatch. A heavy thunk echoed from within the mechanism, and the small, circular hatch popped inward slightly, releasing a puff of air. This air felt different, not stale and dusty like the crawlspace, but cool, dry, and carrying a faint, almost imperceptible scent of ozone and something else. Something clean, like ionized minerals after a rainstorm, a stark contrast to the pervasive decay he'd grown accustomed to. Elias paused, listening intently. Silence. No immediate alarms, no grinding gears, no gurgling pursuit. Just the whisper of cool air escaping the newly opened portal. He pulled the heavy hatch open, revealing not darkness but a soft, ambient blue-white light emanating from below. It wasn't the harsh, sterile light of the clinic, nor the flickering emergency lighting. This was different, calmer, almost organic in its glow. He peered down. A shaft descended vertically, but it wasn't a crude maintenance ladder or corroded duct. The walls were smooth, formed from a dark, obsidian-like material he didn't recognize, faintly luminous with the same blue-white light that seemed to emanate from the material itself. Metal rungs, seamlessly integrated into the wall, offered a way down. The shaft wasn't excessively deep. He could see the bottom perhaps 10 meters below, opening into a larger space illuminated by the same soft glow. His apprehension warred with a burgeoning curiosity. This wasn't part of the clinic's documented structure. This felt older, different, built by someone else, or a section so deeply hidden, so thoroughly scrubbed from records, that even senior staff like Bellwether might be unaware of its existence. Cassandra's domain. The name felt appropriate. He secured the hatch key back in the pouch, checked his gear, took a deep breath and swung himself onto the luminous rungs. They felt cool and slightly yielding to the touch, unlike the cold, hard metal he was used to. He began his descent, the blue-white light bathing him, reflecting strangely off his stained jumpsuit. The air felt cleaner with every meter he descended, the oppressive weight of the crawlspace lifting. He reached the bottom, stepping off the rungs onto a floor made of the same smooth, dark, light-emitting material. He stood in a chamber, larger than he'd first estimated from above, perhaps 10 meters across. The ceiling arched overhead, seamless, glowing faintly. The architecture was minimalist, almost alien, lacking the sharp angles and visible technology of the clinic. There were no obvious pipes, conduits, or ventilation grates, yet the air was fresh, circulating gently. The center of the chamber was dominated by a single object, a large, multifaceted crystal, easily 2 meters tall, pulsating slowly with the same internal blue-white light that illuminated the room. It rested on a low plinth made of the dark floor material. Thin, almost invisible filaments, like spun glass or solidified light, extended from the crystal's upper facets, connecting to various points on the walls and ceiling, forming a delicate, intricate web. Elias approached the crystal cautiously, circling it. Its facets shifted in the light, revealing complex internal structures like frozen lightning or intricate circuitry captured within the crystalline matrix. It hummed softly, a low, resonant frequency that seemed to vibrate not just in the air but within his own bones, calming rather than alarming. Was this the source of the light, the power, the unknown device signature his multi-tool had detected? As he completed his circuit around the crystal, his light beam fell upon something else, tucked into an alcove partially hidden behind the central plinth. A figure, seated in a complex-looking chair constructed from the same dark material, facing away from him, towards a section of the wall that shimmered faintly, displaying cascades of flowing symbols and data streams, reminiscent of the graffiti but far more complex and dynamic. His heart leaped into his throat. He wasn't alone. He raised his utility light, though it seemed almost redundant in the crystal's glow. "Hello," he called out, his voice sounding rough, uncertain. The figure didn't react immediately. They remained still, seemingly engrossed in the flowing data on the wall screen. Elias took a cautious step closer. He could see now it was a woman, slender, wearing simple, dark gray clothing, unlike any clinic uniform. Wires, finer than any he'd seen used in clinic cybernetics, snaked from the back of the chair, connecting directly to implants embedded at the base of her skull and along her spine, disappearing beneath her clothing. Her hair was cropped short, dark against the pale skin of her neck. "Cassandra," he asked, louder this time. The figure stirred. Slowly, deliberately, she turned her head, her movements fluid yet strangely economical, almost like a machine conserving energy. Her face came into view, illuminated by the crystal's soft light. She was younger than he expected, perhaps late 20s or early 30s, with sharp, intelligent features. Her eyes, however, were unsettling. They were wide, luminous, the irises glowing faintly with the same blue-white light as the crystal and the room, lacking distinct pupils. They seemed to look through him rather than at him. Cybernetic replacements, or something else entirely. Elias Vance, she stated, her voice soft, melodic, yet carrying an unnerving lack of inflection like a synthesized voice striving for humanity. Technician, Level 2 Diagnostics. Clearance Code, 773 Omega. You deviate from expected parameters. Elias gaped. How did she know his clearance, his name? Who are you? I am the Watcher, she replied, her luminous eyes momentarily flicking towards the data stream on the wall before returning to him. The Interpreter, the Nexus. Some iterations called me Cassandra. Iterations. You guided me here. The messages on my tool, the cache in the vents. Resources are allocated based on probability analysis, she said, the strange lack of emotion making her words even more impactful. Your probability of disrupting SR3 operations registered above baseline threshold. Your probability of survival without intervention was calculated at 7.3%. Intervention protocols initiated. Pathway markers deployed. Resource cache positioned along predicted trajectory. He struggled to process this. She wasn't just hiding here. She was integrated into this place, monitoring the clinic, calculating probabilities, intervening like some detached puppet master pulling strings from the shadows. Why? Why help me? Bellwether's primary project deviates from original parameters, Cassandra stated, her gaze drifting back to the crystal. Project Chimera has become unstable. Containment protocols are failing. The Warden unit exhibits uncontrolled aggression beyond designated parameters. The amalgam breaches containment too frequently. Biological subroutines within SR3 approach critical sentience thresholds. System integrity compromised. Her detached description of the horrors he'd narrowly escaped sent a chill down his spine. So you want to stop her, expose the clinic. Balance must be restored, Cassandra said, turning her full attention back to him, her glowing eyes seeming to pierce his defenses. Bellwether disrupts the system. You are an anomaly, an agent of potential change. Your transmitted data packet reached external node 7 gamma successfully before Cain initiated network lockdown. Partial success. Insufficient for systemic collapse. Partial success. Relief ward with disappointment. Some data got out, but not enough. So what now? Can you help me get out of here? Help me expose everything. Cassandra tilted her head slightly, a bird-like gesture. Escape is one possibility. Probability, 18.6%, factoring in current security deployment and Warden Cain's adaptive hunting patterns. Systemic exposure probability remains low without direct access to SR3 core data and Bellwether's private logs. SR3 core data, Elias echoed. That's impossible. Security there is absolute. Biometric locks, AI counter-intrusion systems, probably physical guards. Access node exists, Cassandra interrupted calmly, gesturing towards the shimmering data wall. Here, this chamber interfaces with the clinic's deep network infrastructure through legacy conduits Bellwether believes are defunct. The crystal acts as a processing core and signal amplifier. From here I observe, I analyze, I occasionally prune. Prune, what did that mean? Sabotage, assassination. He looked at her, truly looked at her. The implants, the connection to the chair, the glowing eyes, the detached analysis. She wasn't just a woman hiding, she was patient zero. The first experiment, or perhaps something Bellwether found here, integrated into this strange technology. Who built this place? Elias asked. What is this crystal? This facility predates the clinic, Cassandra replied. Constructed by entities unknown. Purpose, observation, data collation, potential system modulation. The crystal is a crystalline data matrix, semi-sentient, operating on principles Bellwether does not fully comprehend. She paused, her luminous eyes focusing intently on him again. Bellwether seeks to control it, to integrate its capabilities into Project Chimera. She must not succeed. The consequences would be unrecoverable. The implications were staggering. Ancient alien technology, a hidden power source beneath the mountain, and Bellwether trying to harness it for her horrific creations. This went far beyond illegal experiments. So, Elias said slowly, trying to grasp the situation. You need me to access SR3's core data, download it through your systems here, then maybe escape with it. That is the optimal trajectory for system correction, Cassandra confirmed. Access requires navigating SR3 physical security to reach a specific data port within the primary laboratory. The port interfaces with the legacy conduits. I can provide guidance, temporary system overrides, localized sensor disruption. Physical infiltration remains your task. His blood ran cold. Go into SR3, the heart of Bellwether's operation, the place where the Warden prototype was likely created, where the amalgam originated, where God knows what other horrors were incubated. It sounded like suicide. Why me? You have access, you can manipulate systems. My physical interface is limited, Cassandra said, gesturing slightly with a hand that seemed almost frail. My core programming prioritizes system observation and analysis, minimizing direct physical interaction. Bellwether's upgrades focused on enhancing my cognitive and network interface capabilities, neglecting physical augmentation. I can open doors, disable cameras, create distractions. I cannot fight Warden Cain or bypass biometric scanners requiring specific genetic markers. She looked at him expectantly. You possess level 2 clearance, familiarity with clinic systems, and demonstrated capacity for adaptive survival. You are the optimal available agent. He swallowed hard. Optimal available agent. It sounded so cold, so clinical. Yet what choice did he have? Try to escape alone, with an 18.6% chance of success against Cain and whatever else lurked in the clinic's depths. Or take this insane gamble, infiltrate the most dangerous place imaginable, with only the guidance of a cryptic, cybernetically enhanced woman fused with ancient technology. He looked at the pulsating crystal, felt its strange resonance. He looked at Cassandra, her glowing eyes holding an unnerving certainty. He thought of the horrors he'd seen, the data he'd tried to send, the potential catastrophe if Bellwether succeeded in controlling this place. "Okay," Elias said, the word feeling heavy, final. "Okay, tell me what I need to do." Cassandra nodded slowly, a flicker of something almost like approval in her luminous eyes. She turned back towards the shimmering data wall. Symbols flowed, rearranged, coalesced into a complex three-dimensional schematic diagram that hovered in the air beside her chair. It was Sub-Level 3, Advanced Research, his destination. "Observe," Cassandra instructed, her voice regaining its detached, analytical tone. "Pathway optimization calculated. Probability of success with guidance, 31.2%. Acceptable risk parameters. Infiltration begins now." Chapter 8, Descending into the Inferno. The schematic of Sub-Level 3 pulsed with soft blue light, hovering beside Cassandra's chair like a captive ghost. Elias stared at it, tracing the intricate network of corridors, labs, containment cells, and power conduits with a growing sense of dread. It was a labyrinth designed for secrecy and control, far more complex than the upper levels or the decaying service tunnels he'd navigated. Seeing it laid bare, even in schematic form, was intimidating. SR3 is segmented into 4 primary wings. Cassandra's calm voice cut through his apprehension, drawing his attention to specific highlighted areas on the diagram. Alpha Wing, Bioaugmentation R&D, Dr. Jian Li's primary domain. Unstable biologicals, accelerated evolution experiments. Avoid if possible. High probability of encountering non-standard pest control measures. Elias shuddered, imagining what horrors Li used for pest control. Beta Wing, Cybernetic Integration and Weaponization, she continued, highlighting another section. Warden Cain's operational base. Advanced prosthetics, neural interface combat trials, Praetorian Guard augmentation labs, heavy security patrols, integrated AI threat assessment. Direct confrontation probability, fatal, fatal, not low success rate, fatal. Gamma Wing, Project Chimera Core Operations. Cassandra highlighted the largest wing, the heart of the sub-level. Bellwether's primary laboratory. Incubation arrays, advanced surgical suites, long-term subject containment, energy core interface attempts. Her luminous gaze flickered towards him. "Your target destination is within Gamma Wing, Data Archive 7. And Delta Wing?" Elias asked, pointing to the final, slightly smaller section. "Waste processing and decommissioned projects," Cassandra replied. "Older experiments, hazardous material disposal, structural access to geothermal conduits. Contains residual elements, avoid unless necessary. Routes through Delta are often unstable. Residual elements, another chillingly vague term." The schematic zoomed in on Gamma Wing, highlighting a specific path weaving through labs and corridors. Optimal route calculated based on current security patrols, known sensor blind spots, and scheduled system cycles, Cassandra explained. Entry point, Maintenance Shaft 9A, accessible from this chamber via a secondary vertical conduit. She gestured towards a section of the chamber wall that shimmered slightly, revealing the outline of another hidden hatch, identical to the one he'd entered through. Shaft 9A descends directly adjacent to SR3, bypassing primary elevator access points and security checkpoints. It terminates near an auxiliary power regulation node for Gamma Wing. From there, physical infiltration begins. Physical infiltration, Elias repeated numbly. Against guards, automated defenses, whatever else Bellwether keeps down there. I will provide support, Cassandra stated. Camera loops, door overrides, localized comms jamming, fabricated system alerts for distraction. My influence is strongest near legacy network conduits, weaker within heavily shielded core labs. There will be periods where you operate without direct assistance. Timing will be critical. She manipulated the data stream on the wall screen. A secondary display appeared, showing a real-time feed from a grainy, high-angle camera somewhere within the clinic. It showed Warden Cain, unmistakable even in low resolution, conferring with two Praetorian guards in a brightly lit, sterile corridor. Cain gestured emphatically, pointing down the corridor. Warden Cain is currently supervising containment sweeps on Sublevel 2, near Recovery Bay 2B, Cassandra narrated, her voice devoid of emotion. Your previous encounter diverted significant security resources. This creates a temporal window for SR3 infiltration. Estimated window duration: 47 minutes before Cain reroutes primary assets back to SR3 lockdown. Less than an hour. To navigate a hidden shaft, infiltrate the most secure level of the clinic, find a specific data archive, download unknown quantities of data, and presumably find a way back out, all while avoiding guards, deadly experiments, and Bellwether herself. The odds, 31.2%, she'd said, suddenly felt wildly optimistic. What about Bellwether? Elias asked. Where is she? Director Bellwether is currently within the core laboratory Gamma Wing, Cassandra replied, highlighting a central, heavily shielded area on the schematic. Attempting direct interface with the primary energy conduit linked to the crystal matrix below, her attention is focused. Focused on tapping into the ancient power source Cassandra protected. That might be good news for him, keeping Bellwether occupied, or very bad news if she succeeded. Cassandra turned her luminous eyes back to him. Your multi-tool has been updated wirelessly via the legacy network connection. It now contains the SR3 schematic encrypted access keys for lower-level doors I can unlock remotely, and a direct, short-range communication link to me. Use it sparingly. The signal is traceable if intercepted by Cain's security AI. He checked his multi-tool. The interface looked different, cleaner, displaying the SR3 map and a small, pulsating icon indicating the comms link to Cassandra. He felt a strange surge of connection, a fragile lifeline in the crushing darkness. One more thing, Cassandra added. She manipulated her console and a small compartment slid open near the base of her chair with a soft hiss. Inside lay a compact device, a neural stunner clinic security issue designed for non-lethal takedowns. It looked new, unused. Praetorian Guard standard issue. Effective range, 10 meters. 2 charges remaining. Warden Cain and certain augmented subjects possess shielding against its effects. Use judiciously. Elias picked up the stunner. It felt heavier than he expected, cold and impersonal. Another tool for a task he felt utterly unprepared for. He clipped it to his belt opposite the plasma cutter. "Are you ready, Elias Vance?" Cassandra asked, her voice holding that same unnerving calm. Ready, he was terrified. His ankle throbbed, his arm stung. His mind reeled from the horrors he'd witnessed and the impossible task ahead. But turning back wasn't an option. Retreat meant eventually being cornered by Cain or the amalgam or some other nightmare in the decaying tunnels. Moving forward, however slim the chance, was the only path that offered any hope of survival, any possibility of stopping Bellwether. He took a deep breath, gripping the multi-tool. "As I'll ever be." Cassandra nodded. The hidden hatch leading to shaft 9A slid open silently, revealing another vertical descent into blue-tinged darkness. Proceed to the shaft terminus. Maintain radio silence until you reach the SR3 access point. I will monitor your progress. Elias hesitated for a moment, looking back at the enigmatic woman in the chair, fused with ancient technology, fighting her own hidden war. "Thank you, Cassandra." A flicker of something unreadable crossed her face, a momentary disruption in the placid glow of her eyes. Survival probability increased to 34.8% with expressed gratitude, she stated flatly. "Proceed." With a final nod, Elias turned and entered the shaft, pulling the hatch closed behind him. He descended the smooth, luminous rungs, the soft blue light guiding his way. This shaft felt identical to the one he'd used to enter Cassandra's chamber, clean, silent, ancient. He moved quickly, the urgency of the 47-minute window pressing down on him. The descent was longer this time, perhaps 30 or 40 meters. The blue light gradually faded as he neared the bottom, replaced by the familiar harsh shadows and utilitarian lighting of standard clinic construction. The final rungs were cold, standard-issue steel, bolted into concrete. He stepped off onto a small metal platform at the base of the shaft. Before him lay a heavy, reinforced steel door set into the concrete wall. Standard SR-level access hatch, likely leading directly into the sub-level's infrastructure. A blinking red status light above it indicated it was locked and alarmed. He checked his multi-tool. The schematic confirmed. Maintenance access point 9A gamma. Entry to sub-level 3. He activated the comms link icon on his tool. "Cassandra, I'm at the access point." His voice was a low whisper. "Acknowledged." Her synthesized voice replied instantly in his ear, startlingly clear. "Stand by, bypassing local security protocols." The red light above the door flickered, then turned green. A heavy clunk echoed from the locking mechanism. Door unlocked. Alarm system bypassed for 60 seconds, Cassandra reported. Camera feed in the adjacent corridor is looping for 90 seconds. Move quickly. Radio silence until next checkpoint. Elias took a breath, gripped the door handle, and pulled. It opened inward, heavy and smooth on well-oiled hinges. He peered through. A narrow utility corridor stretched left and right, dimly lit by overhead fluorescent panels. Pipes and conduits lined the walls. It looked like countless other service corridors he'd seen, but the air here felt different, charged, tense, carrying the faint, sharp smell of ozone and sterilization chemicals. The ambient hum of machinery was louder, more powerful. This was the threshold. He slipped through the doorway, pulling the heavy door shut behind him. It locked automatically with another solid clunk. The green light turned back to red. He was inside sub-level 3. He consulted the schematic on his multi-tool, orienting himself. Data Archive 7 was deep within Gamma Wing, requiring him to traverse several labs and containment sectors. The optimal route showed a series of turns through utility corridors, avoiding the main thoroughfares where patrols were likely. He started moving, keeping close to the wall, his footsteps muffled on the concrete floor. The neural stunner felt heavy and alien on his belt. The corridor turned left. He proceeded cautiously, pausing at the corner to listen. Nothing. He risked a quick peek around. The next stretch was clear, ending in another junction. According to the map, he needed to turn right. He reached the junction and stopped dead. Directly ahead where he needed to turn, the corridor was blocked, not by a door or debris, but by a shimmering, translucent field of energy, a containment barrier, crackling softly, projecting pale blue light onto the surrounding walls. It wasn't on Cassandra's schematic, a recent addition, or a mobile security measure. He ducked back behind the corner, heart pounding. He activated the comms link. Cassandra, Corridor Junction 7 Gamma Row is blocked by an energy barrier, not on the schematic. Silence for a beat. Then, acknowledged, analyzing. Barrier is a localized Class 3 containment field, likely deployed automatically due to system fluctuations caused by Director Bellwether's energy core interface attempts. Power signature unstable. Standby. Elias waited, pressing himself against the cold wall, listening for any sound of approach. The crackle of the energy field was the only noise. Field frequency is fluctuating, Cassandra's voice returned, cycling rapidly between containment and dissipation phases. There are brief windows, less than 1 second, where the field destabilizes completely. Timing required. Proceed with extreme caution. Contact with the field at full power will result in severe neuromuscular disruption. Severe neuromuscular disruption. Another delightful clinic euphemism. He peered around the corner again, studying the barrier. It shimmered consistently for several seconds, then sputtered, its light flickering erratically for a fraction of a second before stabilizing again. The window was incredibly brief. Could he make it through? His injured ankle argued against sudden sprints. He watched the cycle repeat. Shimmer, shimmer, flicker, stabilize, shimmer, shimmer, flicker, stabilize. It seemed regular, predictable. He took a deep breath, tensing his muscles. Wait for the flicker. Now. He lunged forward, pushing off his good leg, hurtling himself across the junction just as the field began to destabilize. He flew through the space where the barrier had been milliseconds before, landing awkwardly on the other side, rolling to absorb the impact, pain flaring in his ankle. He scrambled to his feet behind the cover of the opposite corner, looking back. The barrier shimmered back into full existence, solid, crackling. He'd made it. Barrier passed. He whispered into the comms, breathing heavily. Acknowledged. Proceed to Checkpoint Alpha, Biolab G14 access, Cassandra instructed. He continued down the corridor, adrenaline still singing in his veins. The near miss with the barrier served as a stark reminder. Cassandra's guidance was invaluable, but SR3 was volatile, unpredictable. Bellwether's experiments were literally warping the environment around him. He reached the designated access point, a standard laboratory door marked Biolab G14, authorized personnel only. A biometric hand scanner glowed beside it. "Checkpoint Alpha reached," he reported. "Stand by, overriding biometric lock," Cassandra replied. The scanner flashed green. "Door unlocked. Caution, lab contains residual bioforms from Project Hemlock. Non-hostile unless agitated. Minimal energy signatures recommended. Proceed silently." Residual bioforms. Non-hostile unless agitated. He gripped the neural stunner, just in case Cassandra's definition of non-hostile differed from his own. He pushed the door open and slipped inside, entering the heart of the inferno. Chapter 9: Residual Forms. The air inside Biolab hung thick and heavy, saturated with the cloying sweetness of accelerated growth and the sharp, vegetative tang of complex chlorophyll variants. Soft, bioluminescent light emanated from several large, sealed terrariums lining the walls, casting shifting patterns of green and gold across the otherwise dimly lit laboratory. Stainless steel workbenches held arrays of sophisticated gene sequencing equipment, nutrient feeders, and environmental monitors, most dark and inactive. It seemed this particular lab, dedicated to Project Hemlock according to Cassandra, wasn't currently operational, but its experiments lingered. Elias moved cautiously, the door hissing shut behind him. His footsteps made no sound on the slightly yielding, moss-like floor covering, likely chosen for its bioabsorbent properties. His utility light beam swept across the terrariums. Inside, strange plant formations pulsed with faint light, resembling mutated fungi, phosphorescent vines, and crystalline floral structures unlike anything found in nature. They were beautiful, in a profoundly unnatural way. Cassandra had said the residual bioforms were non-hostile unless agitated. He kept his movements slow, deliberate, minimizing his energy signature as advised. No sudden lights, no loud noises. He needed to cross the lab to reach another access door on the far side, marked on his multi-tool schematic as leading towards the Gamma Wing Central Corridor system. As he crept past the first large terrarium, movement inside caught his eye. A cluster of pods resembling oversized, translucent pitcher plants slowly unfurled fibrous lids. Within each pod, nestled amongst pulsating vascular tissue, floated a single luminous orb, pale blue, about the size of a human eye. The orbs swiveled in unison, tracking his movement across the lab. Their gaze felt unnervingly direct, intelligent. Not plants, or not just plants. Bioengineered sentinels. Observation drones grown from organic matter. He quickened his pace slightly, unnerved by the silent, collective stare. He passed a workbench littered with discarded Petri dishes containing samples of glowing slime mold and dried, crystalline spores. A data slate lay abandoned, its screen dark. Curiosity gnawed at him, but he resisted the urge to examine it. Time was critical. Stick to the path. The next terrarium housed a network of thick, pulsating vines covered in razor-sharp crystalline thorns. The vines writhed slowly, rhythmically, seeming to breathe. Droplets of clear, viscous fluid beaded on the thorns, catching the bioluminescent light. Elias gave it a wide berth, imagining those thorns injecting some unknown toxin or paralytic agent. He was halfway across the lab when he heard a soft thump from near the ceiling. He froze, his light snapping upwards. High on the wall, near a cluster of ventilation ducts, a section of paneling was loose. As he watched, it was pushed aside from within, and something small and pale dropped silently to the floor. It landed with impossible softness, barely disturbing the mossy floor covering. It looked vaguely like a large albino gecko, but its skin was translucent, revealing a network of faintly glowing blue circulatory vessels beneath. Its head was disproportionately large, dominated by huge black pupil-less eyes that scanned the lab rapidly. It had too many limbs, 6 articulated legs ending in suction cup-like pads, allowing it to cling effortlessly to surfaces. A residual bioform. An escapee from another experiment, or part of Project Hemlock's non-hostile ecosystem. The creature's head swiveled, its large black eyes fixing on Elias. It emitted a soft, clicking chirp, tilting its head inquisitively. It didn't seem aggressive, more curious. Still, its unnatural appearance set Elias' teeth on edge. He remained perfectly still, hopping it would lose interest. The creature chirped again, then scuttled sideways with surprising speed, its suction cup feet making soft, peeling sounds on the floor. It moved towards the workbench littered with Petri dishes, its long, forked tongue flicking out to taste the residue on one of the discarded samples. Apparently, it was just scavenging. Elias let out a slow, silent breath. He started moving again, keeping a wary eye on the gecko-like creature, which seemed preoccupied with the Petri dishes. He reached the far side of the lab, where a door identical to the one he'd entered stood waiting, marked G14 exit/gamma corridor access. He activated the comms link, keeping his voice low. Cassandra at G14 exit. Acknowledged, her voice replied instantly. Door override initiated. Caution. Elevated security presence detected in Gamma Wing Central Corridor. Praetorian Guard patrol diverted from Beta Wing. Reason unknown. Proceed with maximum stealth. The lock clicked green. Elevated security. Cain moving faster than expected. Or did Bellwether's interface attempts trigger wider alerts? Either way, his already narrow window was shrinking. He pushed the door open a crack, peering out. The corridor beyond was brighter, wider, and definitely more active than the utility passages. Gleaming white walls, polished floors, steady overhead lighting. Down the corridor to his left, perhaps 30 meters away, he saw them. 2 Praetorian guards standing alert, sonic stunners held ready. They weren't moving towards him, seemingly focused on something further down the corridor in the opposite direction. A temporary reprieve. He needed to go right. He slipped out of the lab, letting the door hiss shut behind him. He pressed himself flat against the wall, moving swiftly but silently away from the guard's position. His heart hammered. This was the main artery of Gamma Wing. Exposure here would be disastrous. He hugged the wall, using recessed doorways and equipment alcoves for momentary cover. He passed doors marked Incubation Bay Gamma 3, cryostasis observation, neural patterning lab. The very names sent shivers down his spine. What horrors lay dormant or gestating behind those reinforced walls? He reached a junction. His route, according to the schematic, required him to cross the main corridor and enter a smaller access tunnel directly opposite. He risked a glance back towards the guards, still stationary, still focused away from him. Good. He looked across the corridor. Clear. He took a breath and darted across the open space, reaching the opposite wall and the inconspicuous access panel marked Maintenance Tunnel G Gamma 7. He swiped his multi-tool. Cassandra must have anticipated this, as the panel slid open silently without needing a verbal request. He slipped inside, pulling the panel shut behind him. He found himself in another narrow utility tunnel, similar to the ones he'd navigated earlier but cleaner, better maintained. This was clearly still in active use. Pipes hummed softly, wires were neatly bundled, the air circulated efficiently. He leaned against the wall, relief washing over him. Back in the relative safety of the clinic's hidden veins. Checkpoint Bravo reached, he whispered into the comms. Acknowledged, Cassandra replied. Security patrol remains stationary. Proceed via Tunnel G Gamma 7 towards Data Archive Junction. He started moving down the tunnel, consulting his multi-tool. The tunnel snaked through the infrastructure behind the main Gamma Wing labs. According to the map, it would take him directly to an access point near his target, Data Archive 7. It felt too easy after the tension of the main corridor. He rounded a bend and stopped. Ahead, the tunnel was partially blocked by a maintenance cart laden with tools and replacement conduit sections. It looked recently abandoned. Fresh scuff marks marred the floor around it. He listened intently. Faint sounds drifted from further down the tunnel, a rhythmic metallic scraping, and a low, intermittent hum that definitely wasn't standard clinic machinery. He approached the cart cautiously, peering past it. The tunnel continued for another 20 meters before ending at a T-junction. The scraping sound seemed to be coming from the left branch of the junction. The humming, however, seemed to emanate from the right, the direction his schematic indicated he needed to go. He squeezed past the cart, the metallic smell of ozone stronger here. He crept towards the junction, pressing himself against the wall. The scraping sound was clearer now, metal on metal, rhythmic, deliberate, like someone sharpening a blade or methodically dismantling something. He risked a peek around the corner to the left. A Praetorian guard stood with his back to the junction, focused on a wall panel. He seemed to be using a specialized tool, methodically removing securing bolts, performing maintenance, or sabotage. Elias couldn't tell. The guard hadn't noticed him. He pulled back quickly. A guard here in a maintenance tunnel, unexpected, dangerous. He needed to go right. What was the humming sound from that direction? He activated the comms. Cassandra, encountering unscheduled activity at Gamma 7 T-junction. Praetorian guard present in left branch. Unknown humming noise from the right branch, my designated route. Acknowledged, analyzing. A pause. The guard is Unit 7 Beta assigned to Warden Cain's command. His presence here deviates from assigned patrol routes. Purpose unknown. The energy signature from the right branch is consistent with a localized temporal distortion field, low intensity, a known side effect of Bellwether's current interface attempts. Proceed with caution, but the right branch remains the optimal path. Temporal distortion field, side effect. Elias felt a fresh wave of unease. What did that even mean? Time running faster, slower, backwards. He didn't want to find out, but the guard blocked the only other route. He took a deep breath. Right branch it was. He peered around the corner again. The guard was still preoccupied. Elias moved silently across the junction opening, entering the right branch of the tunnel. The humming intensified immediately, a dissonant, warbling sound that seemed to vibrate in his teeth. The air felt strangely thick, sluggish. His movements seemed off, like moving through water. He looked down at his hands. When he moved them quickly, there was a faint, almost imperceptible visual echo, a trailing afterimage that faded instantly. Temporal distortion. Low intensity, Cassandra had said, still deeply unsettling. He pushed forward, forcing himself to move through the strange, heavy air. The tunnel ahead seemed clear. The humming pulsed, waxing and waning slightly. He glanced back. The junction seemed further away than it should be. Time perception distortion too. He focused on the map, forcing himself towards the target. Data Archive 7 access. Just a little further. The tunnel ended at a heavy blast door, the kind used to seal off hazardous labs or secure archives. A control panel beside it glowed faintly. He reached the door, relief flooding him despite the lingering weirdness of the temporal field. Cassandra, at Data Archive access. Acknowledged, door seals bypassed. Enter quickly. The temporal field is destabilizing adjacent systems. The heavy blast door hissed open, revealing a short, sterile antechamber. Beyond it, another sealed door, presumably leading to the archive itself. He hurried into the antechamber, the first door hissing shut behind him. The strange humming faded instantly. The air felt normal again, the oppressive sluggishness gone. He leaned against the wall, heart pounding. The antechamber was small, featureless, except for the second blast door and another control panel. Cassandra. Data Archive 7 is protected by localized AI counterintrusion measures and internal atmospheric controls, her voice explained. I can bypass the primary lock, but the AI designated Cerberus will detect the intrusion. Expect internal defenses. Atmospheric controls may shift. Locate the primary data conduit interface port designated Terminal 7 Alpha. Connect your multi-tool. I will initiate data transfer from my end. Download time estimated at 3 minutes, depending on Cerberus countermeasures. 3 minutes, an eternity when defenses were actively trying to stop him. Internal defenses, like what? Variable, automated sanitation purges, targeted sonic bursts, localized imps, deployment of micro-sentinel drones. Cerberus adapts. Great, just great. He looked at the second blast door. Time to face the watchdog. Okay, open it. The second blast door slid open, revealing the archive. Chapter 10, Cerberus Awakens. The air that flowed out from Data Archive 7 was bitingly cold, sterile, and carried the faint, sharp scent of ozone generated by high-density electronics operating at peak capacity. Elias stepped through the doorway, the blast door hissing shut behind him, sealing him inside. The internal lighting was low, primarily emanating from rows upon rows of towering server racks that filled the large, circular chamber. These weren't the standard clinic servers he'd seen in network operations. These were thicker, denser, encased in layers of heat shielding and electromagnetic protection, humming with restrained power. Cables, thick as his arm, snaked across the floor and ceiling, channeling data and coolant throughout the archive. A synthesized voice, calm and devoid of emotion but distinctly different from Cassandra, echoed through the chamber, seemingly emanating from the walls themselves. Warning: unauthorized access detected. Security protocols initiated. Please remain stationary for identity verification and containment. Cerberus, the AI watchdog. Elias ignored the instruction, his eyes scanning the room rapidly, searching for Terminal 7 Alpha, the primary data conduit interface. The schematic on his multi-tool highlighted its location against the far wall, nestled between two particularly large server monoliths. He started moving, weaving through the narrow aisles between the humming racks. The floor felt cold beneath his boots. He needed to reach the terminal, connect the tool, and let Cassandra begin the download before Cerberus deployed anything serious. Subject failing to comply, the AI voice announced calmly. Elevating response level, initiating passive countermeasures. Suddenly, the low hum of the servers intensified, rising in pitch. A wave of sonic pressure washed through the room, not painful but deeply disorienting. It felt like his inner ears were being vibrated, making the racks seem to shimmer, inducing a mild vertigo. Elias gritted his teeth, pushing through the effect, keeping his eyes fixed on the target location. He reached the far wall, spotting the terminal. It was a recessed panel, similar to the diagnostic ports he was used to, but larger, more robust, surrounded by blinking status lights indicating massive data flow. Terminal 7 Alpha. Passive countermeasures ineffective, Cerberus stated. Deploying localized environmental controls. Sector Gamma 7A atmospheric purge initiated. With a loud hiss, vents in the ceiling directly above Elias opened. A blast of super-chilled gas, likely nitrogen or a similar inert agent used for fire suppression and rapid cooling, descended upon him. It wasn't breathable and the cold shock was intense, stealing the air from his lungs, frosting his jumpsuit instantly. He stumbled back, gasping, shielding his face. He couldn't stay under the vents. He lunged towards the terminal, fumbling with his multi-tool, extending the interface probe. He jammed it into the primary data port just as another wave of chilling gas washed over him. The tool's screen flickered, then stabilized, displaying a connection confirmation and a rapidly filling progress bar. Connection established, node Cassandra. Initiating data transfer. Packet stream active. Download 1%. Cassandra, I'm connected, he yelled, his voice hoarse, muffled by the gas cloud. Acknowledged, Her voice came through his comms link, tinny but clear. Data stream established. Cerberus countermeasures detected, maintaining connection integrity. Estimated time remaining 2 minutes 54 seconds. The gas vents hissed shut. The immediate freezing blast subsided, leaving him shivering violently in the biting cold air, his skin numb. Unauthorized data extraction detected, Cerberus announced, its synthesized voice taking on a slightly sharper edge. Escalating response, deploying active countermeasures, micro-sentinel swarm activation. Small panels slid open along the walls and ceiling near the server racks. From within, tiny metallic drones, no bigger than large insects, emerged. They hovered on buzzing micro-repulsor fields, their single red optical sensors swiveling towards Elias. There were dozens of them, forming a shimmering, buzzing cloud. Micro-sentinels. They zipped towards him with startling speed. Elias reacted instinctively, ducking behind the nearest server rack. A high-pitched whine filled the air as several drones discharged tiny energy bolts, impacting the spot where he'd been standing, leaving small scorch marks on the terminal panel. They weren't powerful enough to destroy the terminal, but a direct hit on him or his multi-tool could be disabling. Download 15%. He peered around the edge of the rack. The drones hovered, scanning, searching for him. He needed to protect the multi-tool, keep the connection active. He couldn't just hide. He remembered the neural stunner. Would it work on drones? Worth a try. He drew the weapon, its weight unfamiliar in his hand. He waited for a cluster of drones to approach his position, then leaned out and fired. A beam of crackling blue energy erupted from the stunner, hitting 3 drones directly. They spasmed erratically, tumbling to the floor, inert. It worked, but there were so many more. Neural stun weapon detected, Cerberus stated. Adapting tactics, implementing shield harmonics. The remaining drones emitted a low hum, and a faint, shimmering energy field flickered around each of them. Shielded, already. The AI adapted incredibly fast. He fired again at another approaching drone. The stunner beam impacted the shield, dissipating harmlessly. Useless. He had 1 charge left, useless against the shielded drones. He ducked back behind the rack as another volley of energy bolts stitched across its surface. He needed another plan. Distraction. Download 38%. He looked around frantically. The server racks. They were heavily shielded but maybe vulnerable somewhere. Coolant lines, power conduits. His eyes fell on a thick bundle of cables running from the rack he hid behind towards the ceiling conduit. Power feed. He still had the plasma cutter. Risky. Cutting a main power line could destabilize the entire archive, potentially interrupting the download, maybe even triggering catastrophic failure. But it might create enough chaos to distract Cerberus and its drones. He pulled out the cutter, thumbing the activation stud. The nozzle glowed blue-white. He aimed it at the thick cable bundle near the floor connection point. He hesitated for only a second. He leaned out, firing the cutter beam at the cables. Insulation vaporized instantly. Sparks showered as the beam sliced through copper and shielding. Alarms blared within the archive, louder, more urgent than Cerberus's calm voice. Red emergency lights began flashing, overriding the standard low illumination. Warning, critical power fluctuation detected in rack, Cerberus announced, a trace of something almost like digital alarm in its tone. Rerouting power, deploying emergency fire suppression foam sector. The drones momentarily faltered, their formation wavering as their controlling AI prioritized the power emergency. Thick, white foam began spraying from different ceiling vents, rapidly filling the aisles near the damaged rack. Elias seized the opportunity. He scrambled away from the foaming area, moving towards the center of the room, trying to keep line of sight with the terminal where his multi-tool remained connected. The foam created cover but also obscured vision. Download 65%. The drones recovered quickly, zipping through the air above the rising foam, their red eyes cutting through the white mass, searching for him. They converged on his new position. He dodged behind another rack as energy bolts sizzled past his head. He needed to survive for just over a minute more. He glanced at the multi-tool across the room. Its screen glowed steadily, the progress bar climbing. Protect the connection. He spotted a large coolant pipe running along the base of the server rack he hid behind. Thick, insulated metal. Maybe. He aimed the plasma cutter at the pipe, not to sever it completely, just to create a leak. A rupture. He fired a short burst. The cutter sliced through the insulation and scored the metal beneath. With a loud hiss, pressurized coolant, likely cryogenic liquid, sprayed out, vaporizing instantly into a dense white cloud, far colder and more localized than the nitrogen purge. It billowed around the base of the rack, creating a swirling vortex of intense cold. Several drones flew into the cloud, investigating the energy signature. Their buzzing faltered. Frost instantly coated their metallic shells. They tumbled to the floor, frozen solid. The extreme cold bypassed their energy shields. It worked. He waved the cutter beam near the leak, creating more vapor, expanding the cloud, using it as mobile cover, forcing the drones to keep their distance. He retreated slowly, moving back towards the terminal, keeping the freezing cloud between himself and the remaining swarm. Cryogenic coolant leak detected, Cerberus stated, its voice strained. Atmospheric contamination critical. System integrity compromised. Attempting localized containment field. Before the AI could finish, the server racks flickered violently. The emergency lights stuttered. The buzzing of the remaining drones became erratic. Bellwether's interface attempts. The power surge he caused. The coolant leak. The system was clearly reaching a breaking point. Download 92%. Almost there. He huddled near the terminal, using the last of the freezing vapor cloud as cover, swatting away a couple of drones that darted too close. His multi-tool screen glowed, tantalizingly close to completion. External override detected, Cerberus suddenly announced, its voice flat, defeated. Primary control relinquished to node Cassandra. Security protocols disengaged. The remaining drones froze in midair, then dropped silently to the floor. The flashing red lights stopped, replaced by the steady, low internal lighting. The alarms cut off. Silence, apart from the hiss of the coolant leak and the hum of the servers, descended on the archive. Download 100%. Transfer complete. Disconnect interface. Elias, disconnect now. Cassandra's urgent voice crackled in his ear. Bellwether has detected my override. She knows. Localized system purge incoming. He didn't hesitate. He yanked the multi-tool from the terminal port just as the panel sparked violently, consumed by a localized energy surge that melted the interface socket into slag. If his tool had still been connected. He scrambled back as the entire bank of servers connected to Terminal 7 Alpha overloaded with a deafening roar, capacitors exploding, sending showers of sparks and debris across the room. The floor shook. Elias' status, Cassandra's voice demanded. "I'm clear, tool is safe," he yelled back, coughing from the acrid smoke filling the room. Data downloaded. Affirmative. Data packets secured within my core matrix. Analysis pending. Your immediate priority is exfiltration. Bellwether has locked down SR3 primary exits. Cain is rerouting all available assets to Gamma Wing. Your escape window is closed. Closed. The word hit him like a physical blow. Trapped on sub-level 3, with Bellwether alerted and Cain mobilizing everything against him. "What do I do?" he asked desperately, scanning the smoke-filled archive for an exit. The blast doors he entered through were sealed tight, red lights glowing ominously. "Alternative route required," Cassandra stated, her voice regaining its calm efficiency despite the situation. Analysis of structural damage from Cerberus conflict and Bellwether's energy fluctuations reveals an opportunity. Proceed to the north wall of the archive. Thermal imaging indicates a structural weakness created by the server bank overload. Behind rack. He navigated through the smoke and debris past the now silent server racks using his tool's thermal scanner. He found the spot Cassandra indicated. The wall here behind a heavily damaged rack glowed faintly with residual heat. It felt thin. "I'm here, what now?" "Plasma cutter," Cassandra instructed. "Cut vertically along the heat signature line. Structural integrity is compromised. It should breach into the decommissioned delta wing adjacent to this archive. A hazardous, unstable route, but the only viable path currently available. Delta wing, waste processing, decommissioned projects, residual elements, avoid unless necessary." It seemed necessary had arrived. He raised the plasma cutter, aimed it at the glowing line on the wall, and began to cut his way out of the archive, plunging deeper into the clinic's unknown, dangerous depths. Chapter 11. Echoes of Obsolescence. The plasma cutter sliced through the archive wall with surprising ease. Not thick concrete or reinforced steel, but a thinner partition, likely designed more for environmental separation than high security, now further weakened by the server overload. Molten metal dripped and hissed as Elias cut a vertical line roughly 2 meters high. He stepped back, deactivated the cutter, and pushed hard against the weakened section. With a groan of stressed metal and crumbling insulation, the panel gave way, falling inwards with a heavy clang into the darkness beyond. A wave of foul air washed over him, stagnant, thick with decay, carrying the metallic tang of rust and the unmistakable chemical bite of improperly contained hazardous waste. Delta Wing. He hesitated for only a moment, peering into the blackness. Staying in the archive meant certain capture or death when Cain's forces inevitably breached the sealed doors. This hazardous, unknown path was his only chance. He slung the cutter back onto his belt, checked the stunner's useless charge indicator with a grimace, gripped his multi-tool, and stepped through the jagged opening he'd created. He found himself in what appeared to be a vast, cavernous storage bay. The ceiling soared high above, lost in shadows. Huge, inert pieces of machinery, shrouded in thick layers of dust and cobwebs, loomed like sleeping giants. Stacked containers, many breached and leaking viscous, unidentifiable substances, formed precarious towers. The floor was littered with debris, discarded equipment parts, shattered containment vials, drifts of chemical residue that crunched under his boots. The only light came from his own utility beam and faint, flickering emergency strips high overhead, casting long, dancing shadows that made the dormant machinery seem to writhe with imagined life. "Cassandra, I'm in Delta Wing," he whispered into the comms, his voice muffled by the oppressive stillness. "Acknowledged," her voice replied, slightly fainter now, tinged with static. "My connection strength is significantly reduced within Delta Wing's shielded infrastructure. Guidance will be intermittent. Proceed towards coordinates 7 Delta 9. Schematic indicates a primary waste reclamation conduit access point. Potential route to lower geothermal levels." Lower levels. Further down, away from Cain. He consulted the map on his multi-tool, overlaying Cassandra's coordinates onto the hazy, incomplete schematic of Delta Wing. It looked like a sprawling junkyard, a repository for the clinic's failed projects and toxic byproducts. He needed to cross this vast bay, navigate through corridors filled with decommissioned labs, and find the conduit access. He started moving, picking his way carefully through the debris. The silence was unnerving, broken only by the crunch of his boots, the drip of unseen liquids, and the occasional groan of stressed metal from the towering stacks of containers. The air grew fouler with every step, stinging his eyes, coating his tongue with a vile chemical taste. He pulled the collar of his jumpsuit higher, trying to filter the worst of it. His light beam swept across the dormant machinery. He recognized some pieces, older generation cybernetic limb fabricators, bulky gene sequencing units rendered obsolete by Bellwether's rapid advancements, components of failed energy experiments, scorched and twisted. This was where the clinic buried its mistakes, its technological dead ends. As he passed a particularly large shrouded machine, he heard a faint scratching sound from within the shadows beneath it. He froze, aiming his light. 2 pairs of small, red eyes blinked back at him before vanishing deeper into the darkness. Rats, or something worse. He remembered the multi-limbed gecko creature in the biolab. Delta Wing likely had its own unique, unwelcome fauna adapted to the toxic environment. He moved on, unwilling to investigate further. He reached the far side of the storage bay, where a wide corridor opened up, equally dark and debris-strewn. Signs on the wall were faded, barely legible. Project Icarus DCOMMISSIONED. Bioweapon prototype storage inert. Failed augmentation reclamation. Each sign hinted at past horrors, experiments deemed too dangerous, too unstable, or simply unsuccessful even by Bellwether's loose standards. He proceeded down the corridor, the beam of his light cutting through the gloom. Doors leading off the corridor were sealed, dented, or ripped from their hinges. He peered into one open doorway. Inside, restraints lay broken on the floor of a padded cell, the padding ripped and stained with dark, dried fluids. Another room contained rows of empty stasis pods, their glass fronts shattered. Whatever projects were housed here, they hadn't ended cleanly. The intermittent static in his ear crackled. Elias, signal strength, low, Cain, forces, breaching, archive, doors, Cassandra's voice, fragmented, cutting out. Cain was getting through. They'd be tracking him, analyzing the breach into Delta Wing. He had to move faster. He broke into a jog, his injured ankle protesting, navigating the debris as quickly as he could. The corridor twisted, turned. He passed under flickering emergency lights that cast more shadow than illumination. Then he heard it, ahead, not a scratching or skittering, a low, rhythmic thumping, like a slow, heavy heartbeat. Thumpy pause, thumpy pause, thump. It seemed to vibrate through the floor, growing steadily louder as he advanced. He slowed his pace, approaching the next corner cautiously. The thumping originated from just around the bend. He doused his light, relying on the flickering emergency strips. He peered around the corner. The corridor opened into a large, multi-level laboratory space. Catwalks crisscrossed overhead, mostly collapsed or rusted through. Banks of old computer consoles lined one wall, screens dark, coated in grime. In the center of the room, suspended by thick chains from the shadowed ceiling, hung a massive spherical containment tank, easily 5 meters in diameter. Its thick, reinforced glass was clouded, opaque, stained from within by dark residue. But visible through the grime, pulsating with a slow, dim red light, was something vast, organic, pressing against the inside of the sphere. The source of the thumping, a heart. A colossal, monstrous heart, still somehow beating within its prison. Elias stared, mesmerized and horrified. What abandoned project required a heart that size? What creature had it belonged to? Was it still alive in some rudimentary sense, trapped in this decaying lab? A sudden flicker of movement on a remaining section of catwalk above the tank drew his attention. He squinted, trying to make out the shape in the dim, flickering light. Not clinic security. Something gaunt, hunched, moving with jerky, unnatural speed. It scurried along the rusted metal, then paused, looking down towards the lab floor towards him. It was vaguely humanoid but elongated, emaciated. Its skin was pale, almost gray, stretched tight over sharp bones. Its limbs were too long, its fingers ending in ragged claws. Its head was bald, oversized, dominated by a wide, gaping mouth filled with needle-sharp teeth and eyes that seemed to glow faintly in the darkness, not the red of cybernetics, but a sickly yellow-green. It wore tattered remnants of what might have once been a clinic uniform or patient gown. A residual element. An inhabitant of Delta Wing. The creature hissed, a dry, rasping sound, and pointed a long, clawed finger directly at Elias. Then it turned and scrambled away with incredible speed, disappearing into the shadows along the catwalk, warning someone or something. Elias didn't wait to find out. The coordinates Cassandra provided were on the far side of this lab. He needed to cross the open space, directly under the pulsating tank and the catwalks where the creature lurked. He reactivated his light, keeping the beam low, and started moving, darting from the cover of one overturned table to a bank of dead consoles, constantly scanning the shadowy upper levels. The rhythmic thumping of the giant heart seemed to fill the room, unsettling, hypnotic. He was halfway across when a section of the catwalk directly above him groaned loudly. Dust and rust rained down. He looked up. The gaunt creature peered down at him, its yellow-green eyes glowing brighter. It wasn't alone. Other figures, equally emaciated and distorted, moved in the shadows beside it. They weren't attacking, just watching, observing him. He tore his gaze away, forcing himself to keep moving. He reached the far side of the lab, spotting the access panel marked Waste Reclamation Conduit 7D Alpha, his exit. He fumbled with the panel's manual release lever. No electronic lock here, just corroded metal. It resisted, seized tight. He braced himself, putting his weight into it. The creature on the catwalk hissed again, louder this time. The lever finally gave way with a screech of protesting metal. He pulled the heavy panel open, revealing a dark, vertical shaft descending into blackness. A ladder, slick with grime and some kind of oily residue, offered the only way down. The smell wafting up from the shaft was appalling, concentrated hazardous waste, chemical sludge, indescribable decay. He glanced back up at the catwalks. The gaunt figures were still there, watching silently, their glowing eyes fixed on him. They hadn't attacked, hadn't tried to stop him. Why? Were they territorial, content to let him leave their domain? Or were they guarding this place, letting him pass into something worse? No time to ponder their motives. He could hear faint, distant shouts now, echoing from the direction he'd come. Cain's forces, penetrating deeper into Delta Wing, following his trail. He swung himself onto the greasy ladder, pulling the access panel partially shut above him. He began the descent, plunging into the reeking darkness of the waste conduit, the rhythmic thumping of the giant heart fatting above him, replaced by the squelch and drip of unseen toxic sludge below. This felt less like an escape route and more like descending into the clinic's septic system, its literal bowels. But it was the only way down, the only way away from the hunt. Chapter 12: The Sludge Stream. The stench was overwhelming, a physical presence that clogged Elias' throat and made his eyes water despite the darkness. Rot, chemicals, excrement both biological and industrial. The concentrated effluent of the entire clinic seemed to flow through this shaft. He descended the greasy ladder rungs cautiously, his utility light beam cutting weakly through the thick, fume-laden air. The metal was slick, treacherous, coated in layers of viscous, indeterminate slime. Each handhold, each foothold was a gamble. The shaft wasn't straight. It angled downwards, following the path of the main reclamation conduit. He could hear the slow, sluggish gurgle of liquid waste flowing somewhere below him, unseen in the oppressive blackness. The air grew warmer, humid, the heat radiating from the decomposing sludge and the chemical reactions within it. His light beam occasionally picked out details on the shaft walls, patches of iridescent mold clinging to corroded metal, feeder pipes leaking noxious fluids that sizzled as they dripped, and unsettlingly, large, multi-legged insects, pale and bloated, scuttling away from the light into recessed joints. The ecosystem of decay thrived here. He kept descending, the silence broken only by the drip and gurgle from below and his own labored breathing, filtered through the fabric of his collar pulled tight over his mouth and nose. The connection to Cassandra was completely dead here, the dense materials and electromagnetic interference from the waste flow blocking any signal. He was truly alone. After what felt like a perilous eternity, maybe 20 meters of descent, the ladder ended abruptly. He shone his light down. The shaft opened into a horizontal conduit, a massive pipe easily 3 meters in diameter. The bottom third of the pipe was filled with a slow-moving river of thick, black sludge, bubbling sluggishly in places, releasing pockets of methane gas that stank even fouler than the ambient air. A narrow metal catwalk, rusted and missing sections, ran along one side of the pipe just above the sludge line. This was the path forward. He stepped carefully from the ladder onto the catwalk, testing its stability. It groaned under his weight but held. Progress here would be slow, dangerous. A fall meant landing in that toxic morass, a fate he didn't want to contemplate. He started walking along the catwalk, his light beam scanning ahead. The sludge flowed slowly beside him, reflecting the light wetly. Unidentifiable shapes occasionally broke the surface, clumps of solidified waste, discarded equipment fragments, things that might have once been biological matter, now rendered unrecognizable by chemicals and decay. The heat intensified. The air was thick enough to chew. He felt sweat trickling down his back despite the horrors surrounding him. He focused on placing one foot carefully in front of the other, avoiding the gaping holes where sections of the catwalk had rusted away completely, forcing him to make precarious leaps across the gaps, the bubbling sludge just centimeters below his boots. He rounded a slow bend in the massive pipe. Up ahead, something blocked the catwalk. A large mass, dark and irregular. He approached cautiously, light beam steady. As he got closer, the shape resolved. It was a body, or what was left of one. Dressed in the tattered remains of a clinic security uniform, the corpse lay sprawled across the narrow catwalk, partially submerged in the sludge at the edge. Its flesh was grotesquely bloated, discolored, showing signs of rapid chemical decomposition. One arm was missing, ending in a ragged stump. The face was unrecognizable, swollen and featureless. But clipped to the remnants of the uniform belt was an empty holster for a standard-issue neural stunner, and nearby, half stuck in the sludge, glinted the metallic casing of a Praetorian Guard comm unit. This was likely one of Cain's men, sent down here earlier, perhaps hunting the amalgam or maybe pursuing another escapee. He hadn't made it far. What killed him? A fall, the toxic fumes, or something else that lurked in these conduits? Elias scanned the surrounding pipe, his light probing the shadows above, the murky depths of the sludge below. Nothing immediately visible, but the dead guard was a stark warning. He stepped carefully over the corpse, trying not to look too closely, trying not to breathe too deeply. The air around the body was particularly foul. As he passed, his light beam snagged on something caught in the sludge near the guard's remaining hand. A small metallic object, He knelt cautiously, reaching down with the barrel of his useless stunner to nudge it free. It was a data chip, standard clinic issue, remarkably intact despite the environment. He pocketed it quickly. Information was ammunition, even if he couldn't access it now. He continued along the catwalk. The image of the dead guard burned into his mind. The conduit stretched on, seemingly endless. He passed several smaller feeder pipes joining the main conduit, disgorging streams of equally foul liquids into the slow-moving river of sludge. Each confluence brought new, disgusting odors and occasional bursts of noxious gas. Then he saw a change ahead. The pipe seemed to end, opening into a much larger chamber, and there was light, not his own beam, but a flickering, orange-yellow glow, accompanied by a low, roaring sound like a furnace. He approached the end of the pipe cautiously. The catwalk extended out into a vast, circular chamber, easily 50 meters across. The ceiling was lost in darkness high above. The river of sludge poured out from the pipe he was in, cascading down a rocky slope into a massive, churning pool of molten slag that filled the center of the chamber, radiating intense heat and casting the flickering orange light. Geothermal incineration. This was the final destination for the clinic's irredeemable waste. Catwalks, similar to the one he was on, extended from other large pipes entering the chamber at various points around the perimeter, all converging towards a central control platform suspended directly above the churning lava pool. Most of the catwalks were collapsed or damaged. The control platform itself looked precarious, tilted at an angle, scorched by the intense heat. His schematic, hazy as it was for these lower levels, indicated this was the geothermal reclamation hub. Cassandra's suggested route involved finding an access ladder leading down from this level, towards the stable geothermal energy conduits further below, bypassing the incineration chamber itself. He scanned the perimeter of the chamber, searching for the access point indicated on his multi-tool map. There, on the far side, partially obscured by rising heat haze and steam from where liquids dripped near the slag pool, he saw it. A heavy maintenance ladder bolted to the chamber wall, descending into darkness below the level of the incoming waste pipes. That was his target. The problem was getting there. His current catwalk ended abruptly about 10 meters out from the pipe exit, sections having clearly rusted and fallen into the inferno below. He would need to jump to another, partially intact catwalk originating from an adjacent pipe, follow that as far as possible, and then likely make another leap to reach the section leading to the escape ladder. It was a treacherous path, suspended high above molten death. He took a deep breath, the superheated air searing his lungs. He judged the first gap, about 2 meters. The target catwalk looked slightly lower and its surface was slick with condensation from the rising steam. A difficult jump, especially with his injured ankle. But there was no other way. He backed up a few steps on his own catwalk, took a running start, and leaped. He sailed through the hot, hazy air, landing heavily on the target catwalk. His injured ankle screamed as it took the impact. The metal groaned alarmingly beneath him. He stumbled, windmilling his arms for balance, teetering dangerously close to the edge. For a heart-stopping moment, he thought he was going over. He threw his weight back, falling onto the catwalk grating, safe by millimeters. He lay there for a moment, chest heaving, staring up into the flickering orange gloom. That was too close. He pushed himself up, ignoring the renewed throbbing in his ankle. He started moving along the new catwalk, heading towards the far wall. This section was more intact, but the heat rising from the slag pool below was intense, making the metal almost too hot to touch. He kept his eyes fixed on the escape ladder, now closer, perhaps 20 meters away. He passed beneath the precarious central control platform. From this angle, he could see heavy cables dangling from it, sparking intermittently where they had snapped or shorted out. The platform looked completely abandoned, likely inaccessible and non-functional. He reached the end of this catwalk section. Another gap. This one was wider, maybe 3 meters, separating him from the final catwalk leading directly to the ladder. The target section looked rusted, narrower than the one he was on. A harder jump, a more dangerous landing. He scanned the area. Was there another way? Could he use the plasma cutter to bridge the gap somehow? Unlikely. There was nothing obvious to cut and move. He looked down into the churning slag. Instant incineration awaited any mistake. He had to jump. He backed up again, psyching himself up, trying to ignore the heat, the smell, the throbbing pain. He launched himself across the gap. He hit the target catwalk hard, too hard. His injured ankle buckled completely. Searing pain shot up his leg. He cried out, collapsing onto the narrow walkway. The metal shrieked under the impact, and he felt it sag terrifyingly beneath him. He lay there gasping, clutching his ankle. It felt broken or close to it. He tried to push himself up, but the pain was blinding. He looked up. The ladder was just 5 meters away, so close. Then he heard a noise above the roar of the slag pool. A metallic scraping sound coming from the darkness near the chamber ceiling, above the adjacent pipe entrance he'd originally emerged from. He aimed his light upwards, squinting through the heat haze. A figure rappelled rapidly down from the darkness on a thin cable, landing silently on the catwalk section he just jumped from. Clad in black, heavily augmented tactical gear, moving with cold, efficient precision. Warden Cain. Cain straightened up, his implacable gaze fixing on Elias sprawled on the damaged catwalk below. He held a heavy-caliber energy pistol raised, its charging coils glowing ominously. He hadn't followed through the waste conduit. He'd found another route, faster, cleaner, bypassing the sludge, and he'd arrived just in time to corner his prey. Technician Vance, Cain's voice, electronically amplified, cut through the chamber's roar devoid of any emotion. Your evasion concludes here. Surrender the downloaded data and compliant subjects may receive leniency. Leniency, like the optional intactness he'd mentioned earlier. Elia's new surrender meant death, or worse, becoming another component in Bellwether's horrific experiments. He pushed himself up, ignoring the agony in his ankle, fumbling for the plasma cutter. It was his only potential weapon, feeble as it was against Cain's armor and weaponry. Cain tracked the movement, his pistol aimed squarely at Elia's chest. Resistance is statistically futile. Your probability of survival is 0. Elias activated the cutter, the blue-white beam hissing to life. He couldn't fight Cain head-on. But maybe. He glanced at the weakened, sagging catwalk beneath his own feet, then at the heavy support chains holding this section suspended from the chamber ceiling above. An insane idea sparked. He ignored Cain, aiming the plasma cutter upwards, towards the thick, rusted chain anchoring the near end of his catwalk section. Cain frowned, his augmented optics likely analyzing Elias' intent. Cease resistance. Final warning. Elias fired the cutter beam at the chain link. It glowed red, then white-hot. Rusted metal screamed under the intense heat. Cain fired his energy pistol. The bolt shrieked past Elias' head, impacting the chamber wall behind him, blasting molten rock. Too late. With a deafening screech and shower of sparks, the chain link parted. Released from its primary support, Elias' end of the catwalk plunged downwards, swinging violently towards the molten slag pool like a pendulum. Chapter 13. Pendulum of Fire. The world became a dizzying blur of heat, motion, and roaring sound. Elias clung desperately to the grating of the plummeting catwalk, the plasma cutter flying from his grip, tumbling end over end into the inferno below. Intense heat washed over him as the walkway swung down, bringing him terrifyingly close to the churning surface of the molten slag. He could feel the skin on his exposed hands and face tightening, blistering almost instantly. The stench of burning chemicals and metal filled his nostrils. The catwalk reached the bottom of its arc, mere meters above the incandescent pool, then swung back upwards with sickening momentum, towards the far wall and the escape ladder. Elias held on grimly, body pressed flat against the grating, the wind generated by the rapid swing tearing at his jumpsuit. He risked a glance back. Cain stood on the stable catwalk section, pistol lowered slightly, momentarily surprised by the drastic maneuver. But only momentarily. Cain raised his weapon again, tracking the swinging catwalk's trajectory. Elias needed to reach the ladder on the upswing, before Cain could get a clear shot, before the momentum dissipated, before the damaged catwalk ripped free entirely from its remaining anchor point. As the walkway surged upwards towards the far wall, he spotted the heavy maintenance ladder rushing towards him. It would pass within reach for only a fraction of a second at the peak of the swing. He timed it, judging the speed, the distance. Now, as the catwalk reached the apex of its arc, momentarily almost level with the base of the ladder, he pushed off with his good leg, ignoring the fire screaming in his injured ankle, and launched himself sideways into the air. He slammed against the cold, solid metal of the chamber wall just below the ladder, his arms flailing, fingers scrabbling for purchase on the thick, bolted rungs. His right hand caught a rung, the impact jarring his shoulder. His left hand slipped, scrabbling against the smooth wall. His body swung precariously, feet dangling high above the slag pool, held only by one straining arm. An energy bolt shrieked past, impacting the wall inches from his head, showering him with superheated rock fragments. Cain was firing again. With a surge of desperate strength, Elias found another handhold with his left hand, then managed to hook his good leg onto the lowest rung. He pulled himself fully onto the ladder, pressing his body flat against the rungs, presenting the smallest possible target. Another energy bolt hit the ladder above him, making the metal vibrate violently, but holding firm. He couldn't stay here. He started climbing downwards, descending into the darkness below the main chamber level, away from the heat, the light, and Cain's line of sight. Each movement sent jolts of agony up his injured leg, but the instinct for survival overrode the pain. Rung by rung, he lowered himself into the unknown depths beneath the geothermal reclamation hub. The roar of the slag pool and the crackle of Cain's energy pistol faded above him, replaced by the sounds of his own ragged breathing and the drip of unseen fluids in the darkness below. The air grew cooler, damper, though still oppressively humid. After descending about 10 meters, his feet touched solid ground. He collapsed onto the floor, rolling away from the base of the ladder, every muscle trembling, his ankle a source of blinding pain. He lay there in the near-total darkness, gasping for air, momentarily overwhelmed. He survived. He escaped Cain, escaped the inferno, but at the cost of his only remaining potential weapon and severely worsening his injury. He fumbled for his utility light, thumbing it on. The beam revealed he was in another large tunnel, this one carved from rough, natural rock, reinforced with thick concrete supports and steel beams. Large, heavily insulated pipes, far bigger than any he'd seen before, ran along the floor and walls, radiating a palpable warmth. Geothermal energy conduits. According to Cassandra's fragmented guidance, these potentially led towards the clinic's outer perimeter or deeper, stable foundation levels. He needed to move, get away from the ladder access point before Cain found a way down, but his ankle, he shone the light on it. The makeshift bandage was soaked through with fresh blood. The swelling was worse, the skin purplish black. Putting any weight on it was impossible. Broken, definitely broken now. Hopelessness washed over him again, cold and numbing. How could he possibly continue? He was crippled, unarmed, deep beneath the clinic in hostile territory, with Cain surely finding a way to pursue him. He forced the despair back. He still had the multi-tool. He still had the data Cassandra had downloaded, though inaccessible to him, it was safe with her. He still had the data chip from the dead guard, and he was still alive. He couldn't give up. He looked around the tunnel. No debris to fashion a crutch. He'd have to crawl. Again. Dragging his shattered ankle would be agonizing, slow, but it was the only option. He checked the multi-tool. Miraculously, the comms icon flickered weakly. A faint signal, maybe reflecting down the ladder shaft from Cassandra's chamber far above. He activated it. "Cassandra, can you hear me?" His voice was a strained whisper. Static crackled for several seconds, then faint but clear. "Elias, signal weak. Detected. Warden Cain accessing. Secondary, elevator, shaft, adjacent, geothermal, hub, ETA, your level, 8 minutes. 8 minutes. Cain was taking an elevator down, bypassing the hazardous climb. He'd be here in 8 minutes. Elias had to be gone by then. "Which way, Cassandra?" he urged. "Which way does this tunnel lead?" "Follow primary, geothermal, pipe, designation, theta prime." Static overwhelmed the signal. "Leads, sector, unintelligible, foundation, structural, weak point, potential." The signal died completely. Theta prime, foundation, structural weak point. That was all he had. He scanned the massive pipes dominating the tunnel. Most had designation codes stenciled on them. He located the largest one, running along the left side of the tunnel floor. Theta Prime high-pressure steam. That was his guide. He began to crawl, shoving the multi-tool ahead of him, dragging his useless leg. The rough rock floor scraped his knees and elbows raw through the thin jumpsuit fabric. Every movement sent waves of nausea and pain through him. But the thought of Cain arriving in minutes spurred him on. He followed the massive Theta Prime pipe as it curved gently through the rock-hewn tunnel. The heat radiating from it was intense, making the air shimmer. He passed junctions where other tunnels branched off, some blocked by rock falls, others disappearing into darkness. He ignored them, sticking close to Theta Prime. Time stretched, measured in agonizing meters crawled. 5 minutes passed. 6. He could almost hear the whine of an elevator descending, the tread of augmented boots approaching. He pushed himself harder, crawling faster, ignoring the screaming protests from his body. The tunnel began to change. The rough rock gave way to sections of smoother, finished concrete walls, embedded with flickering, ancient-looking light panels. It looked like an older, abandoned section of the clinic's infrastructure, built directly into the mountain's foundations. He passed sealed metal doors marked with unfamiliar symbols and designations predating Bellwether's era. 7 minutes. He rounded another bend following Theta Prime. Ahead the pipe ended, feeding into a complex junction of valves and regulators bolted to the far wall. And next to the valve array set into the concrete wall was a small, heavily reinforced hatch. Not a standard clinic design. Older, cruder, made of thick, corroded iron. And beside it, scratched into the concrete, barely visible under layers of grime, was a familiar symbol, the outline of the intricate brass key. A structural weak point, a hidden exit, Cassandra's final instruction. He crawled towards it frantically. He reached the hatch, pulling the leather pouch from his belt. His hands trembled as he retrieved the heavy brass key. He heard it then, distinctly, down the tunnel behind him. The soft hydraulic hiss of an elevator arriving, followed by the firm, measured footsteps of someone stepping out. Cain. Elias jammed the key into the hatch's complex lock. It slid in smoothly. He turned it. The lock mechanism, ancient but well-maintained, clicked loudly in the tense silence. He pulled the handle. The heavy iron hatch swung inwards, revealing pitch darkness beyond. He didn't hesitate. He threw the pouch, the multi-tool, and himself through the opening, scrambling desperately into the unknown void, pulling the heavy iron hatch shut behind him just as Cain rounded the bend, energy pistol raised, his augmented eyes locking onto the closing door. The hatch slammed shut, plunging Elias into absolute total blackness. He heard the heavy thud as Cain likely impacted the other side. Then silence. He fumbled for the inside latch mechanism, finding a heavy sliding bolt, ramming it home. Locked. Safe. For how long? Cain would find a way through eventually. He needed his light. He groped around on the floor, finding the multi-tool first, then the utility light. He switched it on. He wasn't in a tunnel or a room. He was on a narrow ledge of rough-hewn rock. Before him stretched a vast, natural cavern, far larger than any man-made space within the clinic. Huge stalactites hung like stone teeth from the unseen ceiling high above. Stalagmites rose from the cavern floor far below. The air was cool, damp, smelling of wet earth and minerals, the clean scent he'd first noticed near Cassandra's chamber. His light beam probed the darkness. Water dripped somewhere nearby, echoing in the immense space. Far below, he caught the glint of water, an underground lake or river, and across the cavern, maybe 50 meters away, nestled amongst the rock formations near the water's edge, flickered another light. Small, warm yellow, a campfire, or a lantern. Someone else was down here, living here, in the natural caverns deep beneath the mountain, connected to the clinic only by Cassandra's secret passages. Who? Chapter 14, The Hermit of the Depths. The flickering yellow light across the cavern beckoned, a fragile beacon in the immense geological darkness. Elias remained frozen on the narrow rock ledge, the heavy iron hatch sealed behind him, the echoing silence of the natural cavern pressing in. His mind struggled to reconcile this place with the sterile horrors of the clinic above. Who could possibly survive down here? Who would choose to? Behind him, a heavy metallic clang resonated from the other side of the hatch. Cain, testing the door, assessing its strength. Another clang, louder this time, followed by the high-pitched whine of an energy weapon charging. He was going to try and cut through. Elias didn't know how thick the iron was, how long it would hold, but it wouldn't be indefinite. He couldn't stay here. Moving was agony. Every shift of weight sent shards of fire through his broken ankle. He couldn't crawl on the narrow, uneven ledge. He looked down. The drop to the cavern floor was easily 30 meters, maybe more. A fatal fall. To his right, the ledge seemed to continue, hugging the cavern wall, potentially leading downwards in a series of natural steps or slopes. It was his only option besides waiting for Cain to breach the hatch. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he began to shuffle sideways along the ledge, using the rough cavern wall for support. He kept his utility light beam aimed downwards, searching for footholds, testing each step before committing his weight. Progress was excruciatingly slow, each meter a victory hard-won against pain and gravity. The ledge gradually widened and began to slope downwards more steeply. It transitioned from a narrow shelf into a winding natural pathway descending towards the cavern floor. Easier to navigate but still treacherous footing, especially with his injury. He half slid, half limped down the path, relying heavily on the wall for balance, dust and loose scree dislodging under his good foot, skittering down into the darkness below. As he descended, the flickering light across the cavern grew brighter, clearer. It definitely looked like a campfire, casting warm, dancing shadows on the surrounding stalagmites and rock formations near the edge of the dark, still water he'd glimpsed earlier. He could now make out a crude shelter built against the cavern wall near the fire, driftwood, salvaged metal scraps, stretched pieces of what looked like bioluminescent fungi for illumination. And a figure, silhouetted against the firelight, tending the flames. Who was it? Another escapee. Someone who'd been down here for years, forgotten by the clinic, or something else entirely. He approached the bottom of the path, the cavern floor now just a few meters below. He paused in the shadows, unwilling to reveal himself immediately. The figure by the fire stirred, adding a piece of gnarled wood to the flames. Sparks momentarily illuminated their features. An old man, weather-beaten face deeply lined, framed by a tangled mass of white hair and a long, unkempt beard. He wore patched clothing made from scavenged materials, pieces of clinic uniforms stitched together with rough fibers, reinforced with what looked like cured strips of fungal leather. He moved with a slow, deliberate stiffness, but his eyes, sharp and alert, scanned the darkness beyond the firelight constantly. Elias watched, uncertain. Could he trust this stranger? After everything he'd experienced in the clinic, trusting anyone felt like a dangerous gamble. But Cain was coming. He needed shelter, help, information. He took a shallow breath. "Hello," Elias called out, his voice hoarse, cracking slightly. The old man froze instantly, head snapping up, peering directly towards Elias' position in the shadows. He reached down beside the fire, picking up a long, crudely fashioned spear, its tip sharpened metal salvaged from clinic machinery. He held it defensively, muscles tensed. "Who's there?" The old man's voice rasped, rough from disuse but surprisingly strong. "Show yourself, clinic, or other." Other, what did that mean? The gaunt creatures from Delta Wing, the amalgam. Elias realized this hermit likely had his own dangers to contend with down here. "Neither," Elias called back, forcing himself to step out of the shadows at the base of the path, leaning heavily against the cavern wall, his utility light aimed down so as not to blind the man. "My name is Elias Vance. I escaped from the clinic. I'm injured." The old man squinted, studying Elias intently, his gaze sharp, assessing. He noted the torn jumpsuit, the blood-soaked bandage on Elias' ankle, the exhaustion etched onto his face. The spear remained raised, but the immediate hostility seemed to lessen slightly. "Escaped," the man rasped. "Few manage that. Fewer still find their way down here. How?" "Through passages," Elias said vaguely, gesturing back towards the unseen hatch high above. "A key." The old man's eyes widened almost imperceptibly. "The old ways, Cassandra's paths." He lowered the spear slightly. "You carry her mark then, but you brought trouble with you. I heard the door." "His name is Cain," Elias said, pain making him lean heavier against the wall. "Head of security, heavily augmented. He won't stop." The old man spat into the dirt. "Cain, Bellwether's metal dog. He doesn't come down here, not usually, too uncontrolled for him." He looked Elias up and down again, then glanced towards the fire and the crude shelter. He seemed to make a decision. "All right, technician, come to the fire, quickly. If Cain is trying to get through that door, he won't take long. And there are worse things than Cain that stir when the upper levels make too much noise." Worse things. Elias didn't want to know. He pushed himself away from the wall, hopping awkwardly on his good leg, using the wall for support as he moved towards the campfire. The pain was nauseating, but the promise of rest, warmth, and potential safety drove him forward. He reached the circle of firelight, collapsing onto a worn fungal mat the old man indicated near the flames. The warmth felt heavenly against his chilled, damp clothes. The old man watched him, still wary, spear resting loosely in his hand. "Ankle's bad," the hermit observed, nodding towards Elias' leg. "Broken by the look of it. Clinic medicine won't help you down here." He rummaged in a pouch at his belt, pulling out a wad of dark green fibrous paste that smelled faintly pungent like moss and iodine. Cave slime poultice. Numbs the pain, keeps the rot out. Ugly, but it works. He offered it to Elias. Elias hesitated only a moment before accepting it gratefully. He carefully unwrapped his blood-soaked bandage, revealing the swollen, discolored mess beneath. Grimacing, he applied the cool, thick paste directly to the wound and the surrounding area. Almost immediately, a soothing numbness began to spread, dulling the sharp edges of the pain. It wasn't gone, but it was bearable. He rewrapped the ankle tightly with a cleaner strip torn from his jumpsuit. "Thank you," Elias said sincerely. Who are you?" The old man poked the fire with his spear tip. "Names don't mean much down here. Used to be Dr. Aris Thorne, head of xenobotanical research. Long time ago, before Bellwether." Thorne. Elias vaguely recalled the name from older clinic personnel files he'd accessed during diagnostics training. A brilliant researcher disappeared years ago after a lab accident involving experimental extremophile fungi. Assumed deceased, but he hadn't died. He'd ended up down here. The Gardener Augmentation Project, Elias guessed, remembering the hulking, territorial creature mentioned in Cassandra's list. Thorne snorted, a harsh, dry sound. "My replacement. Bellwether couldn't replicate my intuitive understanding of the deep-level biome, so she made that a brute forced into symbiosis." He shook his head. "She twists everything she touches." "How long have you been down here?" Elias asked. 15 years, 20. Time flows differently in the deep places." Thorne gestured around the vast cavern. "This is just the threshold. The undervault goes deeper. Older tunnels, stranger ecosystems. Things the clinic barely suspects exist right beneath their feet." "Cassandra mentioned entities that predate the clinic," Elias said, remembering her words. Thorne nodded slowly. "The builders left their mark there. Watchers. Cassandra is one such, adapted by Bellwether but still tied to the old systems. This cavern network, the geothermal core, it's all part of their ancient machinery. Bellwether thinks she can control it. Fool." A loud boom echoed from high up on the cavern wall, near where the hatch was located, followed by the shriek of tortured metal. Cain was making progress. Thorne looked up sharply. "Plasma charge, he's through the outer layer, won't be long now." He stood up, grabbing his spear. "Can you move?" "Not fast," Elias admitted, the numbness allowing him to put slight pressure on the injured foot, but walking normally was impossible. "Doesn't matter, can't stay here. Cain comes down that path, he'll see the fire, find us easy." Thorne kicked dirt onto the campfire, scattering the embers, plunging the immediate area into near darkness, illuminated only by the faint glow of the fungal patches in his shelter and Elias' utility light. "Follow me. Stay low. There's another way out of this chamber, hidden." He turned and moved surprisingly quickly despite his age, disappearing into the shadows between two large stalagmites near the water's edge. Elias scrambled to follow, half hopping, half crawling, trying to keep up. He caught up to Thorne near the edge of the underground lake. The water was black, still, reflecting the faint light like polished obsidian. Thorn knelt beside a cluster of strangely shaped rocks that Elias had initially dismissed as natural formations. He pushed against one specific rock. With a soft grinding sound, a section of the cavern wall slid inwards, revealing a narrow, dark opening barely shoulder width, leading downwards at a steep angle. "Builder passage," Thorn whispered, gesturing for Elias to enter. "Connects to the lower geothermal vents. Too narrow for Cain's augmented bulk, I reckon. Hurry." Another loud boom echoed from above, closer this time. The hatch wouldn't hold much longer. Elias squeezed into the narrow opening. It was tight, claustrophobic, smelling of damp earth and minerals. Thorn slid in behind him, pulling the rock door shut. The mechanism sealed with a soft click, leaving them in absolute blackness once more. "Light," Thorn rasped. Elias switched on his utility light. They were in a narrow, natural fissure sloping steeply downwards. The air was cool, damp. Thorn took the lead, moving surely in the cramped space. Elias followed, sliding more than climbing, his injured ankle protesting despite the poultice. Behind them, muffled by layers of rock, they heard a final, deafening crash from the main cavern. The hatch had been breached. Cain was inside the undervault, but they were already descending into deeper, older pathways, guided by the hermit who knew the secrets of the depths. Chapter 15: Geothermal Gambit. The Builder Passage was a tight, winding descent through the mountain's living rock. Unlike the clinic's sterile corridors or the decaying utility tunnels, this felt ancient, organic. Smooth, water-worn stone pressed close on either side, the air cool and tasting faintly of minerals. Elias followed Thorn, half sliding, half climbing down the steep, narrow fissure, his utility light beam bobbing ahead, reflecting off damp surfaces and occasional veins of quartz embedded in the rock. The pain in his ankle had subsided to a dull, manageable throb, thanks to Thorn's cave slime poultice, allowing him to keep pace with the surprisingly agile old hermit. Behind them, distant and muffled by the intervening rock, they occasionally heard faint sounds from the undervault cavern, the scrape of metal, a low hum, perhaps Cain searching, scanning, realizing his prey had vanished again. But the narrowness of the passage offered some security. Cain, with his augmented bulk and tactical gear, truly wouldn't fit through the entrance, let alone navigate the tight twists and turns. For now, they were safe from direct pursuit. "Where does this lead?" Elias asked, his voice echoing slightly in the confined space. "Lower geothermal vent network," Thorn replied without looking back, his voice raspy. "Stable tunnels mostly, used by the builders to regulate the mountain's core heat. Connects eventually to outflow caves on the far side of the mountain, miles from the clinic's structure. Escape, a real possibility of reaching the outside world." Hope flared in Elias' chest, fragile but persistent. "Outflow caves, we can get out." "Maybe," Thorn grunted, tempering Elias' hope. "If we survive the journey. The vents aren't empty. Heat-resistant fungi, rock-boring arthropods, and sometimes things displaced from the clinic's deeper failures find their way down. Plus, Cain won't give up. He'll find another route down, try to intercept us." They continued their descent in silence for several minutes, the passage gradually widening and leveling out. The air grew warmer again, drier now. carrying the familiar hum and radiating heat of the massive geothermal pipes Elias had encountered earlier. Ahead, the narrow fissure opened into a larger, tunnel-like space. Thorn paused at the opening, peering out cautiously before waving Elias forward. They emerged into a wide tunnel, similar to the one where Elias had confronted Cain near the geothermal hub. But this one seemed older, the rock walls reinforced with pitted, archaic-looking metal plating instead of concrete. Dominating the tunnel, running along its center, was another colossal pipe, easily 4 meters in diameter, glowing faintly with internal heat, marked with faded symbols Elias didn't recognize alongside the designation GO conduit Epsilon. Epsilon conduit, Thorn said, nodding towards the massive pipe. Carries superheated steam directly from the primary mantle tap. Follow it downstream towards the pressure exchange chambers. That's the way towards the outflow system. They started walking alongside the immense pipe, its heat pressing against them. The tunnel was lit by faint, phosphorescent fungi growing in patches on the walls and ceiling, casting an eerie, greenish glow. It was quieter here than the upper levels, the silence broken only by the low hum of the Epsilon conduit and the soft scuff of their own footsteps on the dusty rock floor. Cassandra, the watcher, Elias began, wanting to understand more. You know her. Thorn nodded slowly. Knew of her, even before Bellwether found her. Whispers among the deep-level researchers, a ghost in the system, an anomaly tied to the old builder tech. Some thought she was just a myth, a legend born of isolation and strange energy readings. Bellwether, she proved the myth was real. Dug her out, tried to integrate her, turn her into another tool. He shook his head. Doesn't understand. Cassandra isn't just software. She's intertwined with the mountain, with the builder network. Bellwether thinks she's controlling Cassandra, but I suspect Cassandra allows it, bides her time, observes. She helped me, Elias said, guided me, gave me the data. Calculated risk, Thorn rasped. You became a useful variable in her equation against Bellwether. Doesn't mean she's your friend, boy. She operates on a scale we can't fathom. Restoring balance might mean things we wouldn't like. Elias considered this. Cassandra's detachment, her probability calculations. Thorn was right. She wasn't acting out of altruism. She was using him. But right now their goals aligned. Stop Bellwether. They walked for what felt like a kilometer, the massive Epsilon conduit their constant companion. The tunnel remained relatively straight, the phosphorescent fungi providing just enough light to navigate. Occasionally, they spotted side tunnels branching off, dark and unexplored, some partially collapsed. Thorn ignored them, sticking to the main conduit path. Suddenly, Thorn stopped, holding up a hand. Listen. Elias strained his ears. Over the low hum of the conduit, he heard it, a faint, rhythmic clicking sound echoing from further down the tunnel ahead. Click, click, click. Pause, click. Scuttlers, Elias breathed, recognizing the sound instantly from his encounter near the recovery ward. Thorn nodded grimly. Aye, they sometimes patrol down here. Cain likely sent a pack ahead, anticipating we might use these deeper routes. He peered into the greenish gloom ahead. Fast, vicious. Can't outrun them, especially with your leg. "What do we do?" Elias asked, his hand instinctively going to his belt, remembering with a fresh pang of despair that his stunner was useless and the plasma cutter was gone. Thorn scanned the tunnel, his eyes narrowed in thought. He looked at the massive epsilon conduit beside them, then up at the ceiling. "Heat," he muttered. "They don't like extreme heat. Their cybernetics overheat, biological components cook." He pointed towards a large valve wheel set into the side of the epsilon conduit, connected to a smaller branching pipe that led upwards towards the ceiling. "Emergency pressure release valve. Vents superheated steam upwards. Old safety measure for preventing conduit rupture." The clicking was getting louder, closer. Multiple scuttlers, judging by the overlapping sounds. "Can you open it?" Elias asked urgently. "Valves likely seized," Thorn said, moving towards it. "Needs leverage." He glanced around, spotting a discarded length of heavy metal rebar lying near the tunnel wall. He hefted it. "Give me cover." "Cover with what?" Elias looked around desperately. His eyes landed on his utility light. An idea sparked, born of his previous encounter. "The light. Their optics are sensitive." The first scuttler appeared at the edge of the greenish gloom, its multiple red eyes glowing menacingly. More followed, skittering rapidly towards them, low-profile bodies a terrifying blend of metal and flesh. "Now!" Thorn yelled, fitting the end of the rebar onto the valve wheel's spoke, preparing to heave. Elias aimed his utility light directly at the approaching pack, thumbing the switch to its highest intensity strobe setting. Blinding white light flashed rapidly, pulsing through the dim tunnel. The lead scuttlers recoiled instantly, screeching, raising metallic limbs to shield their overloaded optical sensors. Their advance faltered, confusion rippling through the pack. Thorn threw all his weight against the rebar. Metal groaned in protest. The valve wheel resisted, seized by years of disuse and geothermal heat. "More," he grunted, straining. Elias kept the strobe flashing, waving it back and forth, trying to keep the scuttlers disoriented. Some tried to advance blindly, clicking furiously, relying on other senses. They were getting closer. With a final mighty heave, Thorn forced the valve wheel to turn. A deafening roar erupted as superheated, high-pressure steam blasted from the release pipe upwards, instantly filling the tunnel ceiling with a swirling, opaque white cloud. The heat wave that washed downwards was intense, forcing Elias and Thorn to duck low, shielding their faces. The scuttlers caught in the open screeched in agony as the steam enveloped them. Metal hissed and popped. Organic components sizzled. Several collapsed instantly, twitching, overcome by the heat and pressure. Others, further back, scrambled away frantically, retreating back down the tunnel, their clicking fading into the distance. Thorn quickly spun the valve wheel back, shutting off the steam blast before the heat became unbearable even at floor level. The roaring stopped, replaced by the dripping hiss of condensation falling from the ceiling and the fading screeches of the retreating scuttlers. The tunnel was thick with residual steam, but the immediate threat was gone. Elias switched off the strobe, his light beam cutting through the dissipating steam. Several scuttler carcasses lay smoking, inert on the tunnel floor, their metal limbs warped. their biological parts scorched black. Clever, Thorn rasped, breathing heavily, leaning on the rebar. The light bought us the time. You saved us, Elias countered, looking at the old hermit with newfound respect. Thorn just grunted, wiping sweat and grime from his brow. Waste of steam pressure might cause fluctuations Bellwether's sensors could pick up. We need to move. Now. They continued down the tunnel, stepping carefully around the scuttler remains. The air gradually cleared. After another few hundred meters, the tunnel opened into a large, circular chamber lined with complex valve arrays and monitoring equipment, most of it dark and ancient-looking. This was the pressure exchange hub Thorn had mentioned. In the center of the chamber, descending into the floor, was a wide, grated opening emitting a powerful updraft of warm, clean air. Below the grating, Elias could see the faint outlines of more tunnels branching off. Outflow access, Thorn said, pointing towards the grating. Ladders down to the lower network from there. Follow the airflow, it leads out. He looked at Elias, his expression serious. This is as far as I go. You're not coming, Elias asked, surprised. Thorn shook his head. My place is in the undervault, watching, waiting, trying to contain the clinic's filth from spreading deeper. He tapped a pouch at his own belt, and I have unfinished business with some of Lee's fungal experiments. He offered Elias a small, dried piece of the phosphorescent fungus from the tunnel wall. Chew this, sustenance, and it helps adapt the eyes to the deep dark. Elias accepted the fungus. What about Cain? He'll be hunting you, Thorn said grimly. But the lower tunnels are a maze. Airflow shifts, passages collapse. Get lost down there, even Cain might not find his way back. He looked towards the grating. Go now, and technician, the data Cassandra gave you, use it wisely. Bellwether must be stopped, but ensure you don't unleash something worse in the process. Elias nodded, understanding the weight of the warning. He looked at the old hermit, the unlikely ally who had saved his life. Thank you, Aris. Thorn gave a rare, crack-lipped smile. Survive, Elias Vance. Survive and tell the world. He turned and limped back towards the Epsilon conduit tunnel, disappearing into the greenish gloom, leaving Elias alone at the edge of freedom, the final descent awaiting him. Elias looked down through the grating into the darkness below, popped the strange fungus into his mouth. It tasted earthy, slightly sweet, and began his climb down into the outflow network, the path to the outside world finally within reach. The end.